elephant represents the bush and the jungle in Sri Lanka in a quintessential manner, and I think it's very important that we do whatever we can to protect them.
My name is Steve, and one of my favorite things at Wild Earth is getting questions from you. The type of questions that I really like are those ones that really help us to unpack and understand and really integrate the ecological knowledge and fully appreciate the importance that animals such as these Cape buffalo bring to the ecosystem. If you want to ask a question on Wild Earth, you're going to have to register on the website, but once registered, just head on over to the live safari page and enter your question under the live feed.
This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to And Beyond in Gala on this beautiful, very warm afternoon. So today you are with me, Rowan, and Gert behind the camera for your live afternoon safari. Our plan is to actually head into the west of the reserve and see if we can find a leopard, specifically looking for the Tswalu male. That is the young male leopard, well, not so young anymore, but the leopard we used to see southwest in our property with the very blue eyes. So we are exploring an area called Rhino Pools. It's a beautiful little riverbed, but specifically looking between two roads. The one is called Nyoka and the other one is called Shongololo. So Nyoka in Shangaan means snake, and then Shongololo are those big black worms that you find around here during summer times after the first rains. Actually, we're still seeing them every now and then. They're quite poisonous. They have this tendency, if they sense danger or hear danger or feel danger close to them, they roll up and then they give off cyanide. So we're very happy to welcome you aboard our live safari, and I'm looking forward to a very good afternoon. Hopefully we can find what we are setting out to find. Okay, so the area we're moving through now is known as Devonshire Clearings, and I'm surprised we're not really seeing much here in terms of just plains game. Usually you come around here and you see a lot of zebra, wildebeest and impala, especially now. They'll just be sitting in the shade or standing in the shade, and today there isn't really too much. So I think let me just explore these clearings thoroughly. Have a quick look around if there's any sign of a predator. On our way west, we might pass by where we saw the cheetah this morning. So we'll actually make sure if they are still in the area. I know Fred has got new guests, so I'm pretty sure he'll be wanting to come into this area and have a look there. But for now, let's just take this road. This is known as Little Kenya. And have a good look around for anything out of the ordinary. So while we check this out, just make sure we didn't miss anything. We'll send you over to Steve, who also just wants to say good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome on board my vehicle. We're just quickly getting off the busy main road, which is Triple M. And, oh, that's not going to work. That's the power line road. Hello, everybody. How are you doing? My name is Steve, joined by Johan on camera, and we're very excited to have you with us on board. It is a warm 33 degrees Celsius, very hot Fahrenheit, 91 degrees Fahrenheit. Our objective was, I just had to drop something off on the gate at the gate as we're checking our western boundary to see any tracks of animals coming through. And what's quite interesting is tracks here of baboons running down the road. We already saw them this morning, but we saw them all the way on the Torchwood-Chitwa boundary. Gone all the way down this road, all the way to the east, unless it's a different troop altogether. Hard to say. But we're just going to check this boundary. Trishala had tracks of a female leopard coming in from the west, from Simbambili. We found the scat in the road just behind us, but it was baking in the sun. As Rowan said, it's quite hot today. There's a nice breeze though, which is making it so it's nice to be out and about. But we are going to be moving from shady spot to shady spot, and we're going to go see if we can follow up on the wild dogs that were moving around this morning. There's a possibility they might have moved into an area that we have signal at. Hello, Leon. Well, we're going to pull up here in the shade and get these impala that are probably going to run away. And I'm going to answer Leon's question. Leon wants to know, how long does it take to become a successful guide? Let's just get those impala unframed. They're beautiful. They're not hiding in the shade. They're just moved out. What are they looking at? We'll find out what they're looking at in a moment. Essentially, Leon, many people go through pretty much a year course to get the relevant guiding qualification. Then you generally need another full year of guiding before you can get your second level of qualification. So that ends up being about 2 years worth of experience to become a sort of entry-level guide. Many guys are going into the industry at about 1.5 years, 2 years experience. And then obviously you need to also get trails. Trails takes a fair amount of time to get the experience required to do walking trails. So I would say to become a successful guide, you'd need minimum 3 years, 4 years. But you've got to start somewhere. So doing a year course and getting placed at the lodge where you can learn, you're going to constantly be learning. Don't think I've done a year course now, I know it all. I'm still learning. I've been at it for 10 years now, with a few degrees as well. So you're always learning, always be prepared, to learn, always be prepared to ask questions. And many of the lodges you work at will actually push you further to get qualifications. Hello, Viola. Let's move up again to these impala that are moving off. Viola wants to know, what does Fagaza mean? What does it mean to have Fagaza? Well, Viola, Fagaza is spelt F-G-A-S-A, so Field Guides Association of South Africa. It's an association that sort of looks after the guiding standard or guiding qualifications. It's just one of the entities, but you have to also be legally registered with the Department of Tourism. And the certificates also fall under something known as catheta, which is basically the South African standard. And Fagaza facilitates a lot of that. There we go. There's our impalas. So basically, people talk about the qualifications being Fagaza level 1, which is sort of the introduction guide. Fagaza level 2 is sort of a professional guide. And Trails Guide is then the step up from that. Just because you've got level 2 doesn't necessarily mean you can walk. And the Trails Guide comes in 2 as well. It comes as the Apprentice Trails Guide and the Professional Trails Guide. And then you also get level 3 in the guiding qualification, which is then the highest qualification on that learning degree. But then from the level 3, you can do specializations, so special skills in dangerous game. So that moves back onto the Trails Guide. You can do special skills in birding, special skills in botany and flowers. Special skills now has also come out in astrology, astronomy. And there's a couple others that I'm forgetting at the moment. And don't forget, there's also marine guiding, which is a pretty new qualification. So essentially, Fagaza qualified or accredited courses are often what people see, but underneath it all, they're all also affiliated or linked with catheta. So when you do the Fagaza level 1, you're also doing the catheta level 1, and so on. Okay, well, our impalas are moving off into the shade. We're going to move as well because it's getting rather warm over here, sitting in the sun. We're good, Johan? Yes, let's move on. Okay, so we're just going to move down. This is our western boundary called Triple M. I think it stands for Mala Mala Main, because from the gate behind us, Gowrie Main, this takes us, if you keep going straight, it'll take you all the way to Mala Mala. Not that I've ever gone further than Arathusa or Sylvan Lodge. It's one of our comrades in arms. Afshed. It's always important to be polite and greeting everybody out and about on safari. You never know who might find an animal and let you know. Good etiquette. So the Fagaza qualifications teach you enormous amounts of being in the bush, and basically the level 1 then steps up to the 2, and the 3 is just far more learning and far more practical application. And then you start to specialize. So with the specializations, obviously, hopefully, ideally you'd think you could get paid more. That is obviously the trick, isn't it? But what I'm doing now myself personally is I'm tailoring some private safaris for myself. And that is what I think many people are probably, end of the day, going to be looking to do themselves.
Just look at that. It is absolutely incredible. And as far as I can see, that all falls within the reserve. So it is a vast landscape, but we are gifted with these incredible things. Yeah, the wildcats, the aardvark, you name it. It just keeps on delivering. It's just such an incredible privilege to be out here.
And when you think it could not get better, Mother Nature says, hold on tight.
Oh my word, that is gorgeous. We are cooking on gas this afternoon.
Have a look at what we've got. Look at how this is the best day of my guiding career so far.
We have a baby pangolin. We're just gonna go very quietly. There's your aardvark. And for those of you who've never seen one, This is one of the big safari specials on any reserve.
I'm just holding my cap because otherwise it's going to blow away, and with this storm coming towards us.
Absolutely beautiful to be able to see water flowing in this volume in the Kalahari. Oh, look at that. You can see the structural component of these flowers. It is perfect. Such a treat to be in and amongst these incredible insects. How lucky are we? You can see how close they are to the vehicle. Very curious. Oh, you can do it! There we go. We made it over. Whew. But look at that view. That's absolutely stunning.
You can see how they're going into stalking mode. Okay, there we go. This one female is gonna walk straight past the car now. Absolutely stunning. Look at that. I mean, do we just not have the best jobs in the world? That was it.
We are basically in exactly the same spot we were when you guys left. So we checked the entire clearing. Nothing seems out of place. If you're looking for a predator now, especially lion, leopard, or cheetah even, the thing you'll notice is the tail going up and down, because there's so many flies around at the moment, so you'll see it flicking around, and we couldn't see any of that. No ears twitching. If they are lying down, they'll probably be in the shade, and we checked the shady spots, any shady spot close to the road, and we couldn't find anything. So we are continuing west with our mission to find the Tswalu male. I've not seen him in months, nearly a year probably. I think the last time I saw him, he caught an impala, which was then stolen by his dad, known as Bandleve, or the half-eared male. Nicholas, funny enough that your name is Nicholas, and the last ranger to show Nyala female on Wild Earth is also Nicholas Beale. So that was about a week ago. They found her in the long grass right next to the river, and I think after sitting with her for about an hour to an hour and a half, she eventually got up and she climbed up an apple leaf, so quite clearly. And so I was talking to Ernest, he's the truck who found her, afterwards, and he thinks that she might be pregnant. So maybe 2 months into it. You know, it's been a long time since we've seen Tamboti Tom, and ever since then a new male's taken over the territory. Very skittish male. So it makes sense. She was rasping probably about 6 months, 7 months or so ago, and I think she attracted the male. So then those two would have mated. There's some elephants up ahead. Those two would have mated, and we're hoping that she's pregnant, and then hopefully she'll have a den either in the Timbavati or close to the Timbavati, one that we can view and try habituate her youngsters. Okay, so I've counted 3 elephants that crossed over. They came from, there's a pan system just to our right here, but then a little bit north of that, there's also the river. Here's one of the larger females with her youngster right behind her. Already not too happy with us being here. You can see she turned around immediately, raised the trunk, smelt us, and now she's relaxed. But she's got secretions down the side of her head, so something's stressed her out already. This is often due to bigger male elephants that are maybe in must that's following her. You can see that trunk's pointing straight towards us. So actually quite clever. She'll feed, but then while doing so, feed in our direction and also catch our scent. You can see those dark secretions quite clearly on the temple. So she doesn't look too big. Patients on her temple aren't too deep either. I would place her around 30 to 40. There are even some more elephants on our right that haven't crossed over. So we'll just sit here for a while and see what they want to do. I think they're more just happy with the vegetation that is around. you know, anything that they eat now is green. Some more on the road. Further off, it looks like 2 young males. And then this one is probably going to move off. Lovely for them though. I mean, there's a big one on the road now. They can eat grass, they can eat trees. There's literally anything for them. Sonia, elephants don't actually sweat. No, they don't have sweat glands. But to keep themselves cool, what they do is they flap their ears quite rhythmically. So behind their ears is a network of veins that pumps blood through. It's about 12 liters a minute that it pumps through, and them flapping their ears cools down the blood, and then this cooled blood flows into their body, and that's how they keep cool. But I think now with this breeze, you can actually see the trees moving in the foreground. With this breeze, they are keeping cool as well. And notice on the side of this elephant, so what it's been doing is been scooping up mud and water and just slapping it onto its side. Oh, look at the baby. It's so tiny. It fits right underneath mom. They are, oh, she's got a bit of a limp. Looks like she wasn't stepping on her right front foot of a growth. So I don't want to go forward because she just left the road, just crossed over the road. And it might put pressure on the little baby, which would upset mom. And then I feel bad about it. But that tiny, tiny, tiny little thing, maybe about 3 weeks, 4 weeks old. I love baby elephants. I think they are the cutest little things to watch. Like, absolutely no idea how to control. I mean, they've got this elongated nose that just flaps around them when they run, when they walk. And then it's like they don't really have control of their body for quite some time. But then I guess like a human baby, it takes us about a year to learn how to walk. I'll be honest, it took me a little bit longer. But hey, we can't be quick bloomers, all of us. But that baby also, same thing, wouldn't know what to do with the trunk. Of course, it's watching the mom and trying to learn from that. She gaat, I'm going to try and put my nose. Oh, that's a big bull, eh? So that could be putting. He's even got all his legs out. Actually, I think I might stay right here. This baby, it disappears into the grass. I don't even think we'll be able to see it. Ooh, Jess, good question. Do I think baby elephants are more playful than lion cubs? Jess, I don't know. I think I'm going to lean towards lion cubs, but only because I get to watch the same set of lion cubs day in, day out, and watch the entirety of them growing up. Whereas with elephants, you know, we'll see this herd today, but tomorrow or even this afternoon, this herd could be in the Manuleti or some other place in Kruger, and we just won't see them. So we see the babies playing. I think older elephants tend to be more playful than older lions. And you often find it with the older males, them pushing each other around. But, well, I don't know, I would go for lions being more playful. So we'll sit here for a while, this entire herd to cross. Even some now, you can see they are completely wet with mud and water. Wait for them. But for now, I'll send you back over to Steve to figure out what he's doing. Okay, never mind. You guys are staying with me. Now I'm going to go slightly forward. The majority of this herd is actually crossed. As I started my vehicle, I think that one baby is a little bit upset with the car switching on, but also there were some impala rams in that area. Now, a baby elephant has this idea in its head, rightfully so, that it is the biggest animal in the bush. I'm pretty sure this is sent down from the mothers and the fathers. Of course, then, because it's the biggest animals, it's a bully. It grows up to be a bully. It can just chase anything around. And so you often see babies charging the vehicles, ears out and everything. And then, of course, they get very upset when we don't move the vehicles. That's when you'll find baby elephant trumpeting at you and just literally throwing a tantrum. Okay, so now I think majority of the herd has crossed. So we'll continue further west and send you back over to Steve, who's just bumbling around.
Thanks, Rowan. Well, I bless you this afternoon for having some elephants. We've had our impalas that, oh, what was that? What was that? Sometimes you just get this little inkling of something in a tree and you just got to check. You've got to check. It's kind of, I think it's just a broken branch. Can you see it there, Johan? Where that tree is? Yeah, no, it's just the shade. The way the shade is falling. You can see that sort of fat pit of the marula over there. It's kind of looked like it might have been a dead impala. But everybody, I wanted to bring your attention to a very noble cause, a very noble initiative that's on the way at the moment by a good friend of mine by the name of Bruce Lawson. He's a phenomenal trails guide. He's been doing it. He's probably got the world record at the moment for hours walked in the bush. He's a mentor of mine. I also worked with him, trained with him, walked with him, spent many hours around the fire chatting about things, and he's a little bit of a fitness crazy man, to be honest with you. Bruce has come up with, he's founded an organization called Sembo Conservation Fund, and he's doing a world record at the moment for world record of burpees. Okay, so I'm going to give you some information now, and then I'm going to have to do a burpee on the damn wall here because some of you don't know what a burpee is. But Bruce is trying to do 30,000 burpees in 10 days. 10 days. Now that started yesterday. He already did 3,000 yesterday, and I haven't checked the update today, but he's probably done another 3,000. So he's a little bit crazy. I've done 200 today and yesterday in total, and I'm feeling okay about it. But please go and check out www.burpeechallenge.com. I think that is the final. burpeesforconservation.com. Go and have a register. I know it's a day late, but get on board. Maybe you can still bring some burpees to the party. And if you can't, go ahead and donate. It's going towards a good cause. There's also some videos there that you can have a look at. He's raising for conservation and for the plight of the species in Africa. So very, very noble cause. And I think it's just a little bit crazy to do 30,000, but Bruce is one of those guys. I love him for it, and I do bless his heart for it. And I'm going to do 100 a day for 10 days and see how I go. Maybe I'll push it, but 100 days is enough. And now I'm going to do a couple over here, which means I've already done my 100. But those of you who don't know how to do a burpee, okay, there's a few different techniques. First of all, you need a flat piece of ground. Ideally, one without stones, like this one. Okay, there's a few different ways. So if you aren't able to do the push-up and the jump, then just do the plank and the jump, or whatever feels comfortable for you. Get on board, jump on board. Okay, so one burpee. Okay, that'll be good for now. I think you got the gist of it. If you're not sure how to do burpee after my demonstration, there are many of websites or fitness regimes that do so. But if you can, get on board to join this wonderful conservation initiative. Is a South African-born foundation. It's going towards the conservation of African animals. And I think it's just a phenomenal thing to go forward. And if you aren't able to do burpees, that's perfectly fine if you can go on board and donate. Brilliant. He's trying to get 1 million burpees in total for conservation, and he's trying to raise R1 million for his 30,000. So I do wish Bruce a whole lot of luck. I'm feeling a bit sore after just doing 203 now. I wonder if those 3 can go to my tally for tomorrow. Yeah? Niels? Sorry, I don't know why I called you Niels. Johan? Niels is over at Pridens at the moment. Justine, it is a great way to keep fit. I've been doing mainly burpees and pull-ups since December, and you don't need much room, you don't need much space. A soft ground is ideal, otherwise you get stones in the hand. But a very, very good initiative. And I'm happy to support. And if any of you are able to, please go ahead. What are all of those? Are those frogs? There's lots of activity on the edge of the water here. All of these frogs or tadpoles. Looks like a whole lot of tadpoles. All those whirligig beetles. I can't really see. So if you are interested and you want to follow Bruce's journey, you can also go onto his Instagram page, bruce.e.lawson. And also look up burpeesforconservation.com. Have a look at my Instagram. I've posted 2 days now for the burpee challenge. We've got Njandre, who used to work here. He's also jumped on board. So any of the guides out there on the Wild Earth Show who are keen to get involved, by all means, jump on board. Do whatever you can. If it's only 10 burpees a day, that's perfectly fine. It all goes to the total. All goes to the total. So even if you only manage one, it's always better than none. But those of you who can't fully understand, burpees are not the easiest of activities, but trying to do 3,000 in a day, I can't even put my head around that. Burpees for Conservation Challenge. Carla, I don't know if there's any fish. There could be, but it doesn't have much of a river system to join it to. This is fed by rainwater and by spring. So most definitely frogs, lots of insects, but I don't think there's any fish. But sometimes there's a hippo. There has been a crocodile in here before. He didn't last very long because there were no fish. Of course, crocodiles eat fish. Oh, I can hear a woodpecker pecking in this dead tree ahead of me, Johan. Let's see if we can find him. That marula is dead. There we go. Through the middle 12 o'clock of the tree. Directly at 12 o'clock and come down into the middle where those branches split. You can actually see him pecking there. Can you see him with the naked eye? So if we come down from the top, 12 o'clock, the highest small branch, come straight down to that where that branch splits. There's a little window. He's on that branch at the back. Is he pecking away? A little bearded woodpecker. Let me maybe go a bit closer. Might facilitate that. There we go, you can see it. There's two of them. There's one above that one on the branch at the back. Nancy, of course, there were quite a few of them calling this morning. They are quite prevalent these days. They didn't seem to be when I first started at Djuma. We had a couple of them around. I remember James Richard always get very excited when we saw an African grey hornbill. But this morning, especially where we are right now, they were calling very loudly, non-stop. How's that, Johan? Okay. Have you got one with a red head or a black head?
One on top.
The one on top. Okay, well, the male's got a red head, female has got a black. Very strong beard stripe. And this tree, this marula, is dead. And immediately as the tree dies, lots of insects will move in, wood-boring insects, and the woodpecker will be looking for them inside. The larvae and grubs actually feed on the lignin of the wood itself underneath the bark, and they find it by tapping, as you would for a secret door in a house. I'm sure we've all done that as kids. We've seen it in the movies, haven't we? Tap, 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 tap. You listen for the hollow, and then when it's hollow, they then peck at that vigorously to excavate out a grub that's inside. They can be very large, juicy grubs, which they eat, and the damage created by that actually leaves a small cavity, which the woodpeckers themselves, as well as barbets, can further excavate into a breeding nesting hole. Many of the birds we talk about actually breed in such holes, in such trees that have died and stand for quite some time. A very important part of the ecosystem, these habitat trees. It's gone quiet though. He's feeling very shy. So you've got the one on the top. There's another one below it. I don't know if you got the one below it. You got the one in the nook of the tree there. Yeah. Okay, that's the male. The female is up about 2 meters up and right from that one, on the same sort of branch. They call the bearded because that very strong beard stripe goes from the beak down onto the chin. It's the largest of woodpeckers. And you probably can notice how stiff the tail is. The tail is stiff right up against the branch of the tree. It holds on with the two very powerful feet. And the tail forms a tripod, which enables it to hold on and not move as it pecks. So otherwise it would just be swinging all over the place. So the tail acts as a third leg, which then obviously influences its ability to fly. And when you see them flying, that very typical hornbill sort of bobbing motion as they fly, but not a very efficient flight. But then all they need to do is travel from one tree to another. They're highly specialized. There's no need to migrate. If you're able to access food in the depths of a tree, why would you leave? That's hunter-gatherer 101 right there. Here's some pecking. I wonder if we have lost you all. It's gotten very quiet there. Okay. We've actually physically seen these guys digging before into the tree and pulling out giant grubs, which are obviously huge in protein, very, very beneficial to these fellows. Jane, I have not hugged a tree yet today, but I think you have maybe got onto something there. I hugged a few trees this weekend. I was invited down to a friend's birthday party. Also the launch of a new sort of program / retreat that she's going to be doing, and we went down to the Cedarberg. It was beautiful. It was beautiful. Waterfalls and beautiful vistas, beautiful people, lots of ceremony, and lots of tree hugging. from me anyway. I facilitated a nice little silent walk to the waterfall, which engaged everybody's senses. People to touch the rocks, feel the bushes. Old grandfather, grandmother rocks watching over us. Can you just go up a few meters there? The oriole's just landed. Do you see it?
See, got it.
So there is a black-headed oriole that just landed. You might have heard it calling. Now, Chris, it's very hard for me to give you a once-off answer there because birds all have different nests. The woodpeckers, for example, use cavities in trees. This oriole, though, will take lichen specifically and weave a sort of vegetation together and then cover it with lichen, so a little bowl or cup nest. The woodpecker is quite close to it now. Little bowl or cup nest. Can you see the one below it now as well, Niels? There's the female just below the oriole. You're pecking away. So some birds will use grass, the long leaves of grass vegetation. The buffalo weavers will use pretty sharp sticks of leadwoods or thorny trees. It really depends on what bird you're talking about. Some birds will use floating nests, just comprised of vegetation that they've plucked from the side of the water. And some birds will just scratch a hole in the ground, a little scrape, and just lay the eggs right there. So it all depends on the species, their adaptation to it all. That is also influences the egg color and the egg shape, how many eggs they have, how large they'll be, whether they are hatched altricial or precocial. There are so many different dynamics to how birds breed and why they breed that way. For example, many of the birds that use cavity nests will probably line that cavity that's already been created with little bits of wood or little bits of feather or little down feathers or some leaves or some grass. Some will just lay it right there on the floor, on the ground of the tree. I've been told I say the word floor a lot. Someone messaged me and said, please don't stop saying floor. Sorry about the Game Drive radio. Some birds, such as the oxpecker, will actually pick the feathers, not the feathers. Will actually pick. Sorry, and I think there's some spider webs on the lens there. If you wouldn't mind giving that a little wipe. Some birds of oxpeckers actually pick fur from the animals' bodies and use that to line their nest. So, Christy, my favorite bird is the green-winged Pytilia. They're just such pretty little birds. Unfortunately, it is only on my phone, and I don't have a book to show you. Beautiful, the little green-winged Pytilia, especially when they do their little dance with the little feather to show the ladies how well adapted they are for building nests. There's a francolin making a noise up ahead here. I'm going to move. Our bearded woodpeckers are being very relaxed. Okay, well, we're going to see what this franklin's making a noise about and send you over to Rowan, who's doing a little bit of botany.
Rowan is quickly checking on the cheetah. Okay, yeah. You can see two little heads there, just in the shade, so they haven't really moved too much. And to be honest, we weren't expecting them to. You know, it's been so hot today. That's the nice thing about predators. Majority of the time is that when they want to go hunting, they'll actually do it when it's cooler. So if you see them in the morning, I'm actually going to stop here, not push out like too much and try not get too close. So if you see them in the morning, and you find them in a certain spot and you know the day is going to be very, very warm, then about 99% of the time when you come back in the afternoon, they will still be here. So Mom is far on the left, stretched out. Her head is up, as they often do. They'll just lie down very lazily. What a spot to see. I think the glass is very bright in front. But they'll lay down very lazily and just lift their head every now and then, have a scan. The youngsters are actually all staring at us. But I'm a lot closer than I was this morning, and they've not gotten up to move, which is a nice thing. So the habituation process is already wearing off. So like I said, I mean, we were going to pop in here and just make sure they are still in the same area. It'd be nice for Fred to come with new guests and actually show them cheetah on Ngala. It's not something we see very often, especially now with the amount of vehicles driving around on the reserve. We can't even cover half of it. So lovely, lovely, lovely surprise to find these guys this morning. Or guys and girls, sorry. So it's a mom and 3 youngsters. We think they're about 8 to 10 months old, around that sort of area. See the cute little heads looking straight at us. I think this evening though, when it gets a bit cooler, Mom will get up and she'll look for something to eat. I wonder, we've got a northerly wind coming in, so it's blowing from the northeast. So I can imagine that she'll actually move northeast into the wind and hunt like that, rather than walk with a scent blowing in front of her. She'll walk into the wind, so any animal that she sees, one is up and stretching, actually cause the mom to lift her head. Such beautiful, graceful animals. And you could just see built for absolute speed. Blue rain, it's usually about 2 to 2.5 years that the youngsters will move off. So I've been trying to figure out, so we definitely have 2 females here. And I'm wondering if the last one is also a female or a male. So I think eventually what will happen is, if these are all females, they'll end up leaving the mom together, and we might find the 3 of them together for a little while, but then they'll start splitting up, becoming solitary animals. It's funny, I don't know what changed. The wind didn't change. I didn't raise my voice. I didn't start the engine at all. But there they go, moving off. Beautiful mother there. I mean, no massive scratches on her. She's walking perfectly, no limp at all. And even the youngsters, they are in perfect condition. I was actually wondering if that last youngster was going to go above and over the branch rather than below it. But I think in this heat, rather conserve energy and go under it other than over it. It's not something you see very often, as a cheetah in a tree, but they do climb trees. They are not unable to climb trees. It's just they're not as good as a leopard. So of course cheetahs, their claws don't retract. Their claws are forever out. It makes sense. I mean, they need so much traction when they run, at that incredible speed to run, that their claws are actually fully extended all the time, which is what makes their track quite easy to identify compared to, easy to differentiate between them and a leopard. You always see the claws. Also a very elongated track. It's like the paw is a lot longer. And they have that dew claw that sticks out as well. They're just, that one is smelling the branch. Well, I mean, the area we're in, this is the territory of the Rossbales, the Birmingham Pride. We've got a female leopard that's territorial here. We've got a male leopard that's territorial here. So it could be these animals there would just walk through these clearings and scent mark. So often what happens with young animals, they'll go to these trees and just try sniff whatever there was. It's quite nice. They've relaxed now. I think we're going to leave them here, rather than try get a little bit closer and then they walk off again. We'll just leave them exactly here so Fred can find them in a little while and then continue making our way west.
Wild Earth explorer Jenny recently joined Tristan as he broadcast live from Djuma.
Awesome to kind of have a guest on board. I'm looking forward to this. This is Jenny.
Hi everyone.
And Jenny is the first of our Ticket to Dream holders.
If you want to go on safari with a Wild Earth guide, whilst honing your bush knowledge and of course featuring in one of our shows, then head over to our website.
Literally being with Tristan on the vehicle today has been incredible. It has truly been a dream come true.
Sign up to be a Wild Earth explorer and you could be making your first ever on-screen appearance.
I would highly recommend being a part of the Explorer program and being able to be a part of an interactive live drive.
Our bodies are made up of about 60% water, which means that in a very short space of time, you can dehydrate completely. A relatively efficient way of collecting water early in the morning is to take an absorbent material like a sock and to walk through the grass, absorbing the condensed dewdrops on the grass. Once the material is saturated, you can then squeeze it out into a container, or you can suck it out directly into your mouth.
Hi everyone, my name's Daniel Fisher and I'm going to be your guide this afternoon. I'm looking really forward to taking you through and showing you all the beautiful places here at and Beyond Ngala. If you have any questions, please register on our website. Once registered, go to the live page feed and post your questions underneath the live feed. Join me on my next safari through and Beyond Ngala on Wild Earth. Send me live questions through the Wild Earth website and I'll answer them live from the African bush.
We have a baby pangolin, a baby pangolin. This is off the charts. This animal is about from your fingertips to your elbow. That's the total length of this animal. This is unreal. This is unreal. This is unreal. This is like now my 4th Christmas in a week. We should do this more often.
Tune into Wild Earth every single day. It's in your nature.
And you wouldn't believe what we have on foot this afternoon. And not just one elephant. You can just see one for the moment, but I promise you there have been over 20 elephants just behind us and in the distances. It's such an awesome time spent out on bushwalk, and especially when we get to spend time on foot with these giants. My name is Taylor McCurdy, and on camera with me today is Niels, and we are here at Pridelands Conservancy, which is part of Baluli Game Reserve and the Greater Kruger Park. Now, it seems like the herd that was with, well no, not the other way around, the bulls that are behind us that were following a breeding herd have now split. So the herd's gone north, and I think it might have been Susan's herd, but there you can see there's quite a few elephant bulls of varying ages. There's 2 fairly large fellas in here, and then the rest of them are quite young and not particularly big. Now, we crossed the drainage line and we moved to the eastern side, hoping that the wind was going to be in our favor. And as we got up here, the wind literally did a 180 and it started swirling, and now it is blowing down towards the elephants. So the elephants for the last 15-20 minutes or so definitely know that we're here. We watched an amazing reaction when one of the young bulls picked up on our scent. He turned so quickly. I'm sure they can see me because we're just standing on a rocky outcrop at the moment. And it was so funny to just see how he picked up our scent and reacted immediately. And then he calmed down. So I think with them listening to us chatting and our scent, this should be a very peaceful encounter. So obviously, as we're doing these walks at Pridelands, it's inevitable you're going to see lots of elephants on foot. So sometimes, like I said before, you can't always hide yourself. They've been moving quite a bit. They were moving all the way to the northwest, and now they've changed direction. And I suspect that they're going to go all the way to HQ, and where there's a nice pan where there is some water that's pumped, so it's very fresh, and they'll probably prefer that. So no swimming for the elephants, but I think they would have had an earlier swim today. Pele, yes, elephants on land are the heaviest mammal species that around here. And then, of course, you've got hippos and rhinos and giraffe that will come in just after that. So Sure. Sometimes it can be quite intimidating, especially when you're on foot. It's one thing being in a car, but you're so much higher when you're sitting in a vehicle. And obviously you're surrounded by all the metal and you feel very powerful. But on foot, you're very vulnerable. And it's quite a humbling experience. And to be able to do this on our own accord and go out and search for what we want to search and spend good quality time with these animals is really, really special. Because when you do bushwalks and lodges, you don't often get to spend time with big game on foot. Normally there are typically nature walks, and if your guide does bump into an animal while you're on the walk, obviously they have the skills to be able to deal with that situation. But you're not typically going searching for these animals. Maybe if you're on a 3 or 4 day backpack trail in the middle of the Kruger National Park, you'll probably get quite a few more encounters on foot, but typically you won't really see this. So I really, really feel so like privileged that I am able to do this every single day and also twice a day. Right off you go across to the east coast of South Africa, where Damon has been waiting to say hello to all of you.
A very good afternoon from and beyond Phinda Private Game Reserve, where literally a couple hundred meters outside of Mountain Lodge, we've managed to find a courting pair of lions, a beautiful male with a rich black mane and a lovely lioness. My name's Damon, and behind the camera this afternoon is Craig. And like I said, we hardly even made it out the lodge, and already two magnificent big cats right on our front door. But as lovely as that scene looks, there's a far more sinister air to this scene. And I'm going to ask Craig to zoom in behind me. Up on that hillside there are the two orphaned cheetah cubs, the two young females, the remaining two females. And you probably could see the lodge from that shot. They're right outside the lodge. And neither of these two pairs of big cats are aware of each other. It doesn't seem the lions don't know the cheetah are there, and the cheetah don't seem to know that the lions are here. So obviously for the lions, it's not that big of a deal. If they find the cheetah, they will probably chase them and try to kill them out of competition for food. But for the cheetah, obviously their small size, they are definitely no match for these lions, and so they will want to stay as far away as possible from them. Unfortunately, those cheetah can't see the lions. There's a massive bush in between them and the lions, so the cheetah can't see the lions can't see the cheetah. The wind is kind of blowing at a perpendicularly to both parties, so neither party can smell each other. So it'll just take one of them to move to make the other aware of their presence. And I'm hoping that it's the lions that move and it's the cheetah that spot the lions, so that they can then position themselves in a place where they'll be okay. It's, nerve-wracking stuff going on here. Shame, those poor little cheetah don't have any idea what's going on. They seem to be pretty relaxed, lying under the shade there. We'll keep a close eye on things. Sure, but have a look at this beautiful male lion, my goodness. With the bit of golden light coming through the clouds every now and then onto that lovely red and black mane of his. And see how he's very close to this lioness. And he's been sticking very close to her for the last couple of days. The reason being is that she's in estrus, and these two have been mating over the last few days. And so he's been sticking close to her, keeping his brother away from her, making sure that it's him and only him that gets to mate with her. And they've moved quite a distance from where they first paired up. And this is her way of testing his fitness. Can he keep up with her? Can he stay with her throughout their period of mating? Because it'll be a couple of days, maybe 5-6 days that they'll spend together. And they could mate as often as every 20 minutes, maybe even more frequently. But on average, most studies have found that it's about every 20 minutes. Oh, wow. There's a herd of impala, everybody, that Craig has just spotted that's coming into the clearing. Oh my goodness, they're coming between the lions and the cheetah. And the cheetah, let me just have a look through my binoculars. I can't quite see if they've noticed the impala. The cheetah are looking in the direction of the impala, but they don't seem to be too interested for now. The cubs' bellies do seem to be relatively full. At least from here it looks like that. So they probably won't be too interested in hunting these impala, with their tummies being so full. But they're going to walk right... Look at that! The impala going to walk right past the cheetah! Look at that! Look at that! She's completely oblivious. And look how the cubs are putting their ears out the side there. One impala spotted them. Second impala seen them, moving away. And those cubs just being as still as possible. Obviously for them, they're running. Well, what's the lion going to do? The impala coming right towards the lions. Look at the lioness. She's all tensed and ready. Oh my goodness, there's drama happening here, everybody. The impala have seen the cheetah have stood up. The impala are alarm calling. Both lions have got their ears pinned back now. They're testing the wind, they're smelling the wind. Oh no, that cheetah has sat up, everybody. I was just going to say, if the cheetah just lies still and let the impala move past... I'm going to keep quiet for a second. Can you hear the impala's alarm calling? Hear those snorts? So that's what I was worried about, because if those impalas see the cheetah and they start to alarm call like that, it's going to alert the lions to the presence of another predator. So they might then move in to see what the impala are alarm calling at, or they might try and take advantage of the confusion and try to hunt these impala, which then might bring them into contact with the cheetah. Look at that male lion's belly. See how there's a bit of a fold of skin under his tummy there. It shows how empty his belly is. It shows that he's been sticking with this lioness for a few days. He hasn't been able to eat. Obviously, he's been devoting his time to just following her around and courting her. And like I said, that's going to be a test of his fitness. How long can he stay with her? And can he or can he stay with her and mate with her throughout the course of her estrus? Good grief. I'm really hoping that those impala lose interest in the young cheetah and that they keep on moving. The cheetah have moved away wisely from all this commotion. They've shied away and they've headed up towards Mountain Lodge. It's been quite a hectic day today at Mountain Lodge, everybody, in terms of big cats. We woke up this morning, found fresh leopard tracks coming through our staff accommodation, and then Deerwald, of course, showed you the 2 subadult cheetah in our accommodation this morning. And now there's an amazing pair of lions within maybe 200 meters of the lodge. I'm really hoping that the 3 parties don't collide. And Paul, you're asking a very interesting question. You're asking if mating lions will always keep away from the rest of the pride. And Paul, typically that is what happens, yes. So the lioness or the male lion will almost kind of block her from the rest of her pride. He'll almost like herd her away from the rest of her family. He doesn't want her to go into the rest of the pride and kind of get swallowed up in all of that. And he doesn't want his brother, obviously, to try and mate with her. So he will initially try and keep her away from the rest of her family, and then she will eventually then also kind of move off to go and try and find food, but then also, of course, as part of trying to test his fitness, she almost looks like she's trying to lose him, trying to get rid of him. And we've actually seen it before with this male lion and his brother before, this coalition of males. We've seen it before where a lioness was mating with this male, and after a few days you could tell that his energy reserves were starting to run low, and he was starting to look very, very, very skinny, very undernourished. And the lioness eventually, in the middle of the heat of the day, just started to walk, and she'd go and the male followed her, looking very tired and very irritated, and she literally just marched with him in tow. And she'd go to a patch of shade and she'd stand there for a second, and as soon as he joined her in the shade, she'd walk again, and you could just see he was just desperate to get out of the sun, to get some rest. And eventually he couldn't keep up with her anymore, and she left him and went to his brother and mated for the rest of her estrus cycle with his brother. So So yeah, I mean, it's possible that both males ended up being sires to the cubs, to the litter of cubs that were born into that litter. But of course, for these male lions, with them being brothers, it doesn't really matter. Well, I mean, for each individual, it'll matter which one gets to mate with the lioness, but they'll both protect each other's cubs. Because they're both so genetically similar, it makes sense for them to defend each other's cubs. It's their genetic lineage that they're protecting. But lovely to see that the two of them sitting next to each other like that. Looking at them from this angle, look at the size difference between the male's head and the lioness's head. He's got a much bigger head that's made to look even bigger by that enormous thick mane of his. He's magnificent. I can't get enough of... Look at how as soon as she moves, every sudden movement that she makes gets his attention. So apparently a couple of you are wondering what the cheetah are up to. I'm busy watching through my binoculars. I actually can't see them at the moment. I'm watching the impala's body language and watching their movements. They've been kind of almost like ushering the cheetah and snorting at them, alarm calling at them, and the cheetah have moved probably about 100 meters to the left of where they were earlier, so heading south from where they were earlier. Oh, the male lion's up. Let's see, he might go and sniff her, maybe even try and mount her. They're going to mate, everybody? It was a very subdued, a very unexplosive mating bout there. Normally, I'm sure many of you have watched this before, and very often that kind of dismount is accompanied by a swat from the lioness as she lashes out at him. And it's normally a lot more kind of vocal. I don't know if you were able to hear the male making that high-pitched yowling sound, that sound. And then there was a very low growl that I'm not sure the camera would have been able to pick up. This deep, low growl coming from the lioness. This... Yeah, quite a subdued mating bout was that. But yes, so back to the cheetah cubs. I can't see them for now, but they seem to have moved off, and where they've gone is further up towards the lodge, and I'm hoping that they keep moving that way. There's a bit of a clearing there that they might be able to find where they can then settle down again there. We're gonna maybe try for a different position or a different viewing point for these lions to try and get a slightly better view of the male for you, and hopefully when you come back we'll have a nicer view.
Goodness me, it's just cats everywhere this afternoon. So we were slowly but surely making our way west, and then bumped into, well, these three. There's only one in shot now. That's the young male, the 11-month-old. And then the mom is ahead of us and the little female. But I think that the reason we focus on him is because he started yawning and grooming himself. So give it a bit of time, and he'll probably get up and join his sister and the mother. To give you an idea, now that you saw cheetah and lion, so pretty much in the same area, we are, I'd say, as the crow flies, about 500 meters away from the cheetah. So of course these two, they don't know about each other either, unless if the cheetah heard the male lion roaring from this sort of area this morning, which I'm pretty sure they would have. I mean, they've got better hearing than we do. I guess I was explaining earlier, the wind is coming from a northeastern direction, so pretty much blowing in the direction of where we left the 4 cheetah. Even got some vultures just flying above us, checking. They'll see the lions and they'll actually circle, see if there's anything that can eat you, any sign of a carcass. If there are, they would land in nearby trees. They'll choose any tall tree, any dead tree. They can actually, oh, big yawn coming. Look at the teeth. And then just decide to wait it out. But I don't see any sign of a carcass. None of the lions are eating. both the mom and this young male, they're just grooming themselves for the moment. That's a big paw, eh? So it's nice. I mean, Gert hasn't seen these in 6 months, and his first reaction was, wow, are these the youngsters from last year? And absolutely. It's been such a wonderful journey just watching them grow up. Donald, absolutely. Grooming does, well, not really prevent it, but they will be able to get rid of a few ticks. Flies, not so much. Flies are everywhere. So it doesn't matter how much a lion grooms itself, it's always going to have flies around it. Even if we put these through a shampooed bath, they'll have flies that are attracted to them. Also very attracted to moisture. I mean, I've showered twice today and I am being irritated by flies. But definitely they'll get rid of a few ticks. They'll either bite it out or lick it out. And you often see lions grooming each other, and I think that helps with the same thing. But also what it does is it gets rid of grass seeds. So we've got a lot of grass seeds now sticking to the lions, helping with the dispersal. So that helps in that sense as well. So you can imagine that gets a little bit sticky and itchy. I love it when they lick their paw and actually use the paw to clean the face. Oh, something in the grass that just disturbed him. Just checking it out. Of course, he's still got the curiosity of a young lion, even though they are a fair bit older than the other three that we see from time to time. So not as playful anymore. But as it gets a bit darker, they'll have a bit more energy. You can see he's just groomed himself and he's being irritated by flies. Poor little guy. So yeah, for now, I think let's just sit quietly, just watch him, you know, take it all in, look at what he's doing. Denise, I agree with you. Just everything about this little lion is so precious. It's, now that Donald asked about the flies, you see it tries and grooms itself, and then it shakes its head trying to get rid of flies, and it tries to yawn, shakes its head again, then it hits itself in the face with the paw, trying to get rid of flies. It's just flies everywhere. I think he's actually mustering up the courage to leave the shady spot and go join his sister and the mom. Oh, mom's calling. There he goes. And he took 2 little moans from the mom and he goes to her. But interesting, he might snuggle up against her and see if she grooms him. just leaning on top of her. Of course, the place didn't clean. This to me is one of the most gorgeous lionesses I've ever seen. They're probably my favorite lioness in the entire Birmingham Pride. And, you know, to have achieved what she did with her first litter, basically raised it, or raised them, these two, by herself, it's just magical. I remember that day when she introduced them to the rest of the pride pool. I think all of us were holding our breath. Let me try go a little bit forward. So I'm going to lean into the shot quick, just so we can give you a view of all three of them. Let me know. Does that work? Where's the barn? Cool. There we go. So yeah, now he is being groomed by the mom. It's nicer when someone else licks the fur off you. You won't have hair stuck in your teeth. It'll also be interesting to see which direction they move in this afternoon. Depends if she wants to go hunting or whether she wants to connect with the rest of the pride again. Something just caught her attention. You can see she stopped grooming and she's looking in that direction. Must have been something they heard. But very big lioness, very muscular. Massive shoulders, broad back. And phenomenal hunter. And people often forget that lions can hunt by themselves, and they are great at it. I think probably even better alone. Sorry, not better alone. I mean, in a pride they'll be able to bring down bigger things, but alone in the sense that they don't need to feed the rest of the pride. So they can go for things like an impala, you know, just for her and the two youngsters, or wildebeest or something like that. So yeah. I'm going to drive just a little bit around here, see if there's any sign of a carcass. The two youngsters, they don't really look like they've eaten. But let's just quickly have a squiz around here, see if there are any other lions.
It's the month of March and Wild Earth is offering you the chance to win a brand new prize. Sign up to be a Wild Earth Explorer and you could win a 5-day eco-training ranger experience for 2. Eco-training is the pioneer and leader in safari guide and wildlife training in Africa. The lucky winners can look forward to approaching dangerous game on foot, tracking and 4x4 driving, learning about animal behavior, and even spending one night sleeping out under a blanket of stars. In addition, you will also get the exclusive opportunity to join the Wild Earth team on the broadcasting vehicle. Sign up to be an explorer now, and it could be you that wins this life-changing experience. Terms and conditions apply.
It's a huge privilege to be in these incredible places with these amazing animals. I love filming lions. When they do get up and do something, it's always spectacular. When they are playing, are incredibly fun to watch, especially subalterns and cubs. I love being in the bush and working in these incredible places with these amazing animals. We want to bring it to you so that you can almost feel like you're right there and be able to experience it and enjoy it the way we are.
Hello, I'm Marna, your Wild Earth Safari Guide from and beyond Gala. What I really like about connecting with Wild Earth viewers is that we get to speak to viewers instantly and I get to show you this beautiful property. If you want to ask me a question, register on the Wild Earth website. Simply head over to the live safari page and you can submit your questions there. Join me or one of the other guides twice a day on Wild Earth.
Guys, have a look at what we've got. This is better than my birthday. Look at that. This is the first time that I ever see cubs this small. This is so special. This has officially just become my best sighting of all times.
Tune into Wild Earth every single day. It's in your nature.
We have barely moved this afternoon. It's literally the least amount that we've walked since I've been back here at Pridelands. And we're just spending a bit of time with those bulls that have broken away from the breeding herd. Well, that's one of the youngsters just kind of feeding there. And then what was interesting is we obviously kept our eyes on that breeding herd, and they moved all the way to the west, and then they've just done a big loop, and now they're actually probably going to sneak behind us. We're going to just make sure that they don't come and bombard us in the sighting. I like the bulls. I'm not so fond of being surrounded by breeding herds, especially when I've got no rocks or big logs and things like that to stay on. But you can see he definitely knows we're here still. They've been able to smell us, they've heard us talking, and they've settled down a lot. But it was really funny. There was an exact spot where the wind is blowing, and it happened to every single elephant that passed through there. Now, we've been out in the open, not trying to conceal ourselves, and they would only pick us up when they could smell us. And it was just so funny, because I thought that the field of smell, for lack of better words, would have been a lot wider than that. But they were just smelling us within like a 15 to 20 meter sort of radius. Now, Saving Private Ryan, I think I got that right. You've asked if elephants and elephants of different herds ever come together. Of course they do, especially around a watering hole is typically where you're going to see those kinds of interactions. I mean, these bulls met up with a breeding herd. They obviously went their separate ways and carried on. So it's not very uncommon at all. So if we sit at the eco-training camp and literally just sit at Ndlovu Dam, like we had this morning, for example, we had an amazing sighting this morning, all having our breakfast, different breeding herds coming in from all angles, drinking. So wonderful. Next minute, Ezulvini, who is a great tusker. I don't know if you've seen him before, but there might be some people that can share some screenshots with him, or with you, sorry. He's beautiful. He marched right through the middle of camp. He didn't care. At one point, I thought his tusks were going to knock all the breakfast over, and I would have shed a tear or two because I love food a lot, and that would have been very, very disappointing. I'm just going to shuffle slightly this way. I think, Niels, if you come with me, we might get another view. We're just sort of hiding in between the bush willows. Now, I don't know if he's going to sneak towards us, as elephant bulls typically do, or if he's just going to feed there and carry on with the rest of the fellas that are now making their way towards the fresh water at HQ. But you can even hear a few impalas snorting. I don't know if that's because of us. Could be a number of different things. They might be able to smell us now as well. It's very difficult when the wind swirls, but we definitely are appreciating the breeze this afternoon because it's been so hot, so I'm not going to complain about the swirling wind. But he's funny. He's listening to us. Every now and then he sort of glances in our direction. But an encounter like this won't be anything terrible. These young bulls are so curious, and of course they're constantly wanting to test their strength. Not that we're going to play any games with him at all, but they'll normally come out, they sort of flare their ears at you like this. You may have seen the other morning we had a case, and we had an encounter like that this morning too, and they just sort of do that, and then they get bored and they play with their trunk on the sand and they go off. See, look there, see how he's lifting his trunk? He knows we're here. So what we'll do is we'll just keep moving around like this. Just going to swap places. You can see he's going the other way though. He's probably thinking, I'm going to outsmart these people. And most of the time, animals definitely do. But this time, we are watching him very, very carefully, and he's not going to be able to cause any nonsense with us today. Oh, it's lovely. And the light is beautiful. But off you go again to Pinda, where the light will be as equally beautiful.
You're back with us here at Beyond Pinda, and not too much has happened since you were last with us. The lioness led the male across the road, and she's plonked herself down in this lovely meadow of wild aniseed. So all those low-growing forbs around her, lots of different herbs, wildflowers. And the male, ever vigilant, not wanting to let her out of his sights, he's followed her across and he's now laying, keeping an eye over her. There's been no further sign of the young cheetah, everyone, and the impala have stopped alarm calling. So I think those cheetah have kept moving, trying to get out of the area. I don't think that they even realize how lucky they are to have gotten away. It's almost like those impala inadvertently gave them a bit of a helping hand by alarm calling at them and then kind of driving them away. Quite amazing though to see how those impala almost like mobbed those cheetah, how they followed them along, snorting at them. And their tactic seems to have worked. They've driven the cheetah away. But this clearing behind us, I mean, the fact that it's so open would give a cheetah a wonderful place to rest for the night. They'd be able to see danger coming from afar. So there's a chance that they might come back here once things settle down a bit. And I'm really hoping that if they do, the lions have by that stage moved off. Just now, the big male, see how he's looking off to the left there? And a moment ago, he suddenly pricked his ears up and picked his head up and stared fixedly into those bushes off to the left there. I don't know what he saw, but there must have been something moving through there. And I mean, things have just been so crazy here today with, like I said, the leopard tracks, the young cheetah in camp, and now the lions almost in camp as well. Who knows what else is going to happen? It's just been ridiculous. A little bit earlier, we were driving a road on the other side of the lodge, so over my shoulder. And we could smell a carcass there. And we were wondering if perhaps it was from that female leopard. Maybe she'd killed something like an inyala. Or she'd managed to catch a young warthog on its way back to its burrow and maybe stashed it there somewhere. And with the heat of the day, that carcass has been rotting a little bit and starting to give off a bit of a smell. Basil, you're asking if lions are more tolerant of cheetah than leopards. Basil, all other big predators tend to be pretty kind of intolerant of each other. And I would say, in my personal experience, I've seen both lions and leopards get equally or show equal intent in terms of driving away cheetah and even in trying to kill cheetah. I've seen lions chasing cheetah before. I've seen a lion get a hold of a cheetah, which was not a very pleasant sight. One bite and the poor cheetah's back was broken. And then I've seen a male leopard on two different occasions. With these young sub-adult cheetah, I've seen a male leopard twice chase them off of their kill. In the first instance, the leopard chased them and gave up pretty soon, returned and stole the carcass, or what was left of it. And in the second instance, the leopard wasn't even aware of the carcass. It saw the cheetah and it chased them repeatedly for we ended up following them for probably the better part of 400 or 500 meters, maybe about a quarter of a mile, where this leopard repeatedly kept on chasing at the cheetah, or chasing the cheetah, stalking up to them again, chasing them again, and these poor little cheetah just couldn't get away from him. And eventually they managed to make it onto like a wide open clearing, and from there the leopard didn't really have any way to stalk up close to them. The leopard lost interest and then went back to his kind of territorial activity, marking his territory, and he then stumbled upon the carcass and was took the carcass then. But both bigger predators show kind of equal intent in trying to eliminate the competition. The lioness has now picked her head up, and the male relatively vigilant, keeping an eye on her. It's going to be interesting to watch. I mentioned earlier when that lioness made that sudden movement, how the male suddenly shot around and looked at her, or snapped his neck around to look at her. Every movement she makes, he'll be super tuned to, because he won't want to let her out of his sight. So as soon as she starts to walk, he'll want to be up and after her immediately. See her rolling over. Because, and again, I mentioned earlier, we've watched lionesses, give this particular male the slip before. Can often be quite funny to watch a mating pair of lions, especially later on in a lioness's estrus cycle, where she's getting quite tired of having this male following her around the whole time. How it's almost as if she's purposely, again, trying to lose him. And she'll pretend to be, or she'll fall asleep, and then she'll watch him carefully, and as soon as he's asleep and lying down, she'll get up and very quietly try and tiptoe away. And sometimes they're successful in getting away from the male, and when he eventually wakes up and looks around himself, looking quite bewildered at where the lioness he's been courting has gone, it can be quite funny to then watch him then try and track her down, try and sniff her out. It's a bit tough to hear. I don't know if the microphone or the camera will be able to pick it up, but behind us at the lodge, it sounds like there are some monkeys alarm calling, so I wonder if they haven't maybe spotted the cheetah cubs maybe moving through one of the clearings back there. Sure, a lot of activity going on here today. You can probably just hear the sound of the other vehicles, other guest vehicles moving out of the sighting. You might hear them for a bit longer. I think while we wait for all these vehicles that have come past us to leave the sighting, let's go across to Rowan at Ngala and go see what his lion cubs are up to.
The grumpy Rosmel, he's also in this area with the female and her two youngsters. It's beautiful that he lifted his head now, but I'm pretty sure relatively soon you'll just see him flop down again. Still not time for lions to be waking up. Earlier on there was a black-backed jackal here, and he went and sniffed where one of the lions pooed, and for a little while I thought he was going to eat it, which he didn't, but it was funny to watch because the little female actually started stalking the jackal, but unsuccessfully so. She's not really very good at stalking just yet, so she moved the grass too much, made a bit much noise, and then the jackal bolted off, and the mom actually got up just to check if her baby was still safe. She's a beautiful male lion, especially the mottled sunlight coming through. Nice golden mane now. You can see the eyes are drooping a little bit, closing. This is the longest his head's been up the entire time we've been here. And I think it's coming to an end soon. So his brother is not in the area. Not really 100% sure where his brother is. I actually think his brother went further west. We saw tracks of him this morning. It looked like he was moving into the southwestern part of the reserve. So of course they would split up, especially being two territorial male lions. Having two of them walk around marking, scent marking, roaring, things like that, they can cover a greater distance. And I'll tell you what, it's absolutely amazing the territory these two males hold. The young females are up and moving. A bit more active than her brother, I must say. Let's see what she gets up to. We might have the tracker seat in the way. Now it just looks like she's stopping for a wee. do you think youngsters get bored having to sleep all day? So there's a nice pan system, little watering hole, just on the other side of where she was lying down now. Clever girl, moving away from the other two. I think it exudes a lot of body heat. So the rat now has dipped his head down. He's fast asleep now. You can see there's a big yawn from the mom, and there goes her head. So this is exactly what they're going to be doing for the next hour or so. Just spend it sleeping and waiting for cooler air, dusk or dawn. Oh, she's up again. I think there's just too many flies in the area and might be bothering her, which is why she lifted her head. Also, the wind blowing a scent from far away, she'll be able to pick that up. Just ears twitching and tail wagging. So that's of course what we were looking for earlier when we were circling that clearing, to see if there are any other predators around there, because we couldn't find any general game, no plains game at all. So we thought there might be a lion or a leopard. We're looking for that flick of the tail or flick of an ear, any movement really. I remember when these two were born, we were a bit worried about the Ross males. They usually, what I've noticed on Ngala is the males here hold a territory for about 3 years. So it's enough for one litter, and then as soon as there's another litter, there's usually a pride takeover. Now, there's another litter, there's 3 new babies, and then the others that we haven't seen yet. And then, of course, these two that are only 11 months old. And I remember when they were born, I was quite stressed that there might be a pride takeover, but lo and behold, here they are, healthy as ever. His mom has taken great care of them. But I do think now the Birmingham Pride has split up. I don't know if we'll ever see them together again. In total, upwards of 21 lions now, classified as a super pride. There we are, back to sleepy lions. So I don't know if our plan is going to work out to go into the west. We've bumping into these guys a little bit unexpected. And so if we really want to do the west and check all the areas I want to check for the Tswalu, we need a good 2 hours, and by then it's dark. I think what we might do is just hang around the central part and move into the east rather than west, and maybe do the west this afternoon. But this often happens, you head out with a plan, but then that plan changes so quickly, and which is why a majority of us love our jobs out here. It's a surprise every single time. Just never know what you're going to find.
You never know what you're going to find. You oaks found me and BK. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to this wonderful and vast landscape. My name is Carl, and BK is behind the camera making this look amazing. What a fantastic afternoon we have. It is sunny, so my white little legs are getting a full-on tan, and we have got beautiful cloud cover for this afternoon. We are meandering in the eastern part of the reserve, and we are we're just taking turn after turn. We are taking it easy this afternoon. We had a little bit of technical issue this morning, and I apologize about that, but it is all fixed. And we are very happy to be with you. So we are taking it very slow here on the eastern side of the reserve, and we are looking for anything. Whatever, like I normally say, whatever Mother Nature wants to show us, I'll be truly grateful. Even if it's just the landscape. Lovely development there in the far southern sections of Tswalu. And what a change from this morning. Almost totally covered by clouds this morning, and then about 11 o'clock it started to break up a little bit. But this cloud mass over here might bring a little bit of rain to the southern ends of Tswalu. but just magnificent. So we are in the area where lions have been seen, tracks from this morning. So that's why we're going extra slow. Just with the amount of ground cover there is now at the moment, it makes tracking a little harder. And so you really need to take your time, because the only place you're going to find viable tracks is on or over the road. And taking it easy is the one useful tool I have. When you have the privilege of sitting still and watching clouds, you think clouds move slowly, but they actually move at quite a brisk pace. If you sit still and you just watch this massive cloud here, it is actually moving fairly swiftly over the land. And there is so much water up there. Obviously to the very upper parts you would have ice particles developing, a lot of moisture held within these clouds. Beautiful cumulus. And reading and understanding clouds as a guide is a very important thing, because it not only gives you an indication when rain is going to come, it also allows you to prepare yourself and your guests for a safari, because they can give you an indication of what weather is about to become. But while we enjoy these clouds, we're going to start up and move south. Let's send you over to Tswalu for a bit.
Hello everyone, we are here at the hyena den, a newly moved hyena den, a den that I know very well because it's a den that was used a couple years back with Swazi and his whole cohort. Hello everyone, I'm finally joined. It's me, Tshala, and I've got Mpo on camera. We're here at Djuma with the wonderful Djuma clan. Now I said to you that this is a den that I really, really like because it has a special place in my heart. I've come here when I was just a wee little guide with no experience, and now here they are using it again. So it's really, really special, but it's quite overgrown, so we can't actually see the den entrance from where we are because we're on kind of the southern side of the den. But if you were on the northern side, then we'd be able to see them, or see the den entrance rather. So we have Ribbon and her two youngsters. And then there's a few others that are scattered around in this tall grass. I see Hearts too just around the corner, and there's one that I don't know who it is, but I see a tail and a head lifting every so often. Just there we go. A small head. It looks like it might be Corky's girl. The wee little Intima, her little one, is probably still in the den. That cub will really come out if Mum's not around, especially since it's so young. And then June's cub is probably around here somewhere too. Hi, Jocelyn. How are you? I'm so glad that you came to watch us today. You'd like to know how long it took me to be able to ID the hyenas. So I can really only speak to the adults in the clan because those are the ones that I kind of had to learn, because the others I knew from birth, so you get to watch them, and then it's easy to recognize them because of size and then spot patterns, obviously. But that you learn from the time they're born, so it's hard to put a time on it. But the adults, it probably took me about, a couple of weeks of just studying, being like, okay, June has this pattern, Ribbon has this ear, looks like a bee. But the ears are much easier. But it took me a couple of weeks just to listen to, or just to read the differences between them and remember them. But to kind of do it at the drop of a hat and know exactly who I'm looking at, that took some time. That took a couple months to be so familiar with them and know exactly what to look for. And your eyes just become accustomed to it. So it definitely wasn't an easy process. And I'm sure that at home, there's plenty of you who can ID them very quickly. But for those of you who can't, it'll come in time and you'll almost not think about it. It just happens. And the cubs are a great way to know that. Because as they grow, and you seeing so much of them, because we've been spending so much time at the den, as they grow, you'll start to pick up little features, even features that only you can recognize. So have hope. You will be able to. Very peaceful here. Well, I'm going to stick around here because, like I've said to you before, when in this particular area, you can hear lots of goodies, lots of sounds of the bush. It's a good place to hang around. Anyway, let me send you over to Steve now, who's at Tswalu.
Welcome back, everybody. We are currently on Tswalu, admiring a beautiful southern red-billed hornbill, who, before you came to us, was doing a few burpees. You wouldn't believe it. Birds can do burpees too. I'm only joking. He's doing a bit of a grooming session. He was busy digging in a pile of elephant dung, and there's nothing better to do after digging a huge pile of elephant dung than to clean your own body with your beak. Shoulder. Other shoulder. Armpit. Have a little look around and then clean your own neck. I always find that amazing. Try and lick your chest. It's not very easy. I suppose you've got a long beak like a hornbill. I suppose it makes it a bit easier. Yeah, getting rid of, there we go. I'm going to clean the wings now. Straighten out those feathers. Right under the armpit. I almost think it's about to do a magic trick for us when it pulls its arm out like that, its wing. Oh, there we go. The preen gland. Spread those tail feathers. Marvellous little dance. Birds will go through this at least once a day, everybody. Possibly even twice. It's kind of their ritual. Straightening out the feathers. Cleaning any bird lice they might have. Any parasites. They always do it away from their roost. As you can imagine, the lice and the parasites they pick off themselves are going to fall right there. And hornbills are another cavity nester, making use of existing cavities, but they all then utilize the mud they can pick up from around watering holes, as well as some of their feces, to sort of cement themselves into the nest, just leaving a little slit that allows the male to feed her. It's a very effective strategy. If you can see how many hornbills there are around, there are plenty, so it's a very successful strategy. And their beak and its shape allows them to feed on a wide variety of food. They're also very capable walkers. They can sift through leaves, through dung. They can pick things off the ground. They can glean I've even seen one once trying to eat a rodent. Unsuccessfully. I watched it for quite some time. It was just wiping it against the branch. Not sure exactly what it hoped the branch was going to do. Soften it up perhaps. Sea neck, yes, I'm pretty sure all birds get parasites, bird lice and the like, little soft ticks that can occur in nests. And that's generally what the preening is all about. So whenever you see a bird preening, it's two parts. One is straightening the feathers, or three parts. One's straightening the feathers, one's oiling the feathers, and another one is removal of parasites that they can physically see. One of the benefits that many of these birds have, especially in a relationship, a courting relationship, is their ability to clean each other. Those hard to reach spots around the head and neck. A little bit of love and attention. As we all know, who doesn't like a good head scratch? Slatton indeed has got some very pretty feathers. A lot of people, and we see so many hornbills, we often overlook them, but they are really a remarkable species. There are so many of them around, and quite a few different species that we find here, and their success is evident. I mean, I don't think there's anyone in the world who doesn't know a hornbill after the Lion King. So it's definitely a bird that has gained attention through movies such as the Lion King. And their wonderful coloration. Necessarily very common. Very common to find them in trees. They do walk around on the ground as well, so quite an adaptable bird. But seen for the most part either walking on the ground, scratching through dung, or flying. But often seen in trees. It's where they roost. I wouldn't say they're the best perchers in the world. They've got a type of foot structure called syndactyl, which means their two toes are actually fused. But they still have the back toe, so they are able to perch. But they're regarded as near passerines. They're not passerines. They have a very similar breeding and the ability to behave like a perching bird, but they are not. Okay, cleaning the toes. Important to clean those feet. I've actually got a hornbill foot for those who are interested. I have to delve it out of my box of tricks. This hornbill died attacking my mirror on my car, which they tend to do. They like to attack windows, and my mirror on my car definitely won the battle. I had a hornbill foot. That's a barbed foot. Oh, goodness. Ah. Okay, so here is the foot of the hornbill. Now, everybody, this was secured from a dead bird. I didn't go harvesting it off of a live bird. And you'll see that these two toes over here are fused. You'll actually see that in the track. This toe here is loose, and the back toe here for perching. Quite a nasty looking foot. You can actually see where it starts to sort of join over there. So in the track, you'll see that as a double toe and then a single toe. But look at those nails. Quite incredible claws. That's for holding. I wouldn't say they're the most amazing clinging birds, but for holding and for walking around and for scratching. And there's actually a very strong tendon that was inside here. This tendon here that would react if it was pulled. It clenches and tightens and releases the foot. That's the passerine style. Sorry. Let me just turn that down. That tendon there is actually what tightens and releases the foot. So when a passerine sits, that tendon tightens and it clamps the toes together. And when they release, it releases. Hence, when we open our hand, that's tension and that's release. Birds, passerines, perching birds are the opposite. When they sit down, their foot tightens, and when they relax or stand up, their foot loosens. So that is where the passerine bird comes from. Quite a wonderful addition. So there we go. That is the foot of the hornbill.
It's the month of March and Wild Earth is offering you the chance to win a brand new prize. Sign up to be a Wild Earth Explorer and you could win a 5-day eco-training ranger experience for 2. Eco-training is the pioneer and leader in safari guide and wildlife training in Africa. The lucky winners can look forward to approaching dangerous game on foot, tracking and 4x4 driving, learning about animal behavior, and even spending one night sleeping out under a blanket of stars. In addition, you will also get the exclusive opportunity to join the Wild Earth team on the broadcasting vehicle. Sign up to be an explorer now, and it could be you that wins this life-changing experience. Terms and conditions apply. Wild Earth explorer Jenny recently joined Tristan as he broadcast live from Djuma.
Awesome to kind of have a guest on board. I'm looking forward to this. This is Jenny.
Hi everyone.
And Jenny is the first of our Ticket to Dream holders.
If you want to go on safari with a Wild Earth guide, whilst honing your bush knowledge and of course featuring in one of our shows, then head over to our website.
Literally being with Tristan on the vehicle today has been incredible. It has truly been a dream come true.
Sign up to be a Wild Earth Explorer and you could be making your first ever on-screen appearance.
I would highly recommend being a part of the Explorer program and being able to be a part of an interactive live drive.
Hi, my name is Tristan Dix, and I am a guide here at Djuma Private Game Reserve for Wild Earth. We love connecting you to the African bush, and we always look forward to all of your questions. If you want to ask a question on Wild Earth, you'll need to register on the website. Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit a question below the live feed. Catch up with me on Wild Earth. Welcome back, everybody. We are officially at Tswalu, a world-famous watering hole that we've spent many a time with. And Johan was asking me the story this morning, where are the hippos? And well, here we go. Here's a small pod of them. And it's quite nice to be semi-eye level with Africa's most dangerous animal. Potentially dangerous animal. They are responsible for lots of human injuries and death in Africa, everybody, but there's many reasons for that. Hippo itself is not out to be an aggressive, dangerous animal. It just is in their nature, and they weigh a lot. And if you get run over by a vehicle, I can't really say that the vehicle was being aggressive. It just, when it hits you, it hurts. So we're just going to enjoy a little bit of a silent moment here while we just have a look at the hippos wallowing, maybe a little bit of a pan and see what else is showing itself.
Well, on to another thing. We have a beautiful ground-dwelling beetle that's just come across our pathway. Very distinctive colors, and you can see its raised posture and those very long legs. You can see it's a very mobile beetle at that. So it's gone out of view, but when we do take a look at that beetle again, that is a beetle that you do need to practice a bit of caution around, because they are able to admit a little bit of toxins, specifically acid. Oh, the shades in there now, BK. BK has spotted an amazing spot. There's a ground agama. Oh my word. How are you going to find it, BK? Let me try and reposition the vehicle for us, BK. Just give me 1 second, folks. So the individual was in the sun. Oh, there he's moved his head. He's moved slightly. Oh no. He is gone. Okay. Well, we will find another one. It's a good thing we've got scenery. It's a corn cricket. That's a katydid, sorry. Can you see him? Oh, PK trying his hardest to find him in there. Yeah, that's him there. Blending in with his very cryptic pattern at the moment. His head is to the top of the picture, and you can actually see him breathing. The legs to the bottom left over there, just right of the little flower, and then the tail coming down from the central part of the screen. So what he would have been doing before we rudely disrupted him would have been basking in the sun, just absorbing some lovely heat. Obviously these animals are ectothermic organisms, so they don't have any internal mechanism to regulate the heat. They would maintain a body temperature via going in the sun and then going into the shade. BK, can we just go up to the top here? Just going to draw your attention away from that beautiful garmenti, folks, and there's a lovely little bird sitting right on top of the tree, just left of those southern masked weaver nests. Oh, good afternoon to you. Every time I see this bird, he always looks angry. Look here. In Afrikaans, we refer this bird to as a baard mannetjie, a beard little man. And you can see that it is very descriptive in that form. Busy calling. Scaly feathered finch, as people would know it as. I think the name has been changed now to scaly feathered weaver. And there should be a few more there. They normally go in little groups. But they are just so tiny in size. That is a very, very small bird. And we have looked at their nests before. They make a beautifully fine woven, tangled mess within thorny vegetation. And they like to use the very top parts of the grass, where the reproductive parts of the grass are. And they weave this ball into a very, very beautiful little cup-shaped dome within spiny or thorny vegetation, especially blackthorn I find here in Tswalu. They typically do tend to make the nest in blackthorn. And in Basar's reference, if you folks take a rule out, that bird is only about 10 centimeters long and weighing maybe only about 10, 11, maybe 13 grams. It's very songful. But a very distinctive bird, looking at that pink displayed beak. And you can see from the shape of that beak that that bird is definitely a seed eater. Mainly grass seeds it'll consume. But that conical shaped beak is a very important shape to allow the bird to consume seeds. And then that beautiful, if you look very close, you're going to see tiny, fine little scale-like feathers. Oh, maybe not. But his little beard, very distinctive. Okay. Well, we are meandering through the beautiful grasslands. I mean, look at this, guys. Look. Simone, the smallest bird we would have in Tswalu would be a Cape Penduline tit. It is also one of the smallest birds found on this beautiful and diverse continent. Tiny, tiny, tiny little bird. And very nice to see. If we are lucky enough to find its nest, you will be absolutely mind blown by the structure and the sheer skill that the bird has to make this lovely little nest. But I mean, look at this. Hey. Stuff dreams are made of, folks. Well, not everybody's dreams, definitely mine. We're going to meander on south. We're going to head up to that little dune on top there. But let's send you over to a large carnivore.
Oh, it's so nice to be able to say he's going to go over the dune. The dunes at Tswalu are just rolling. Beautiful. Well, here our carnivore that Kyle has sent you over. Looking very little like carnivores. When we imagine what our carnivores are like, we always imagine their vicious side or their ferocious side. And here we get to see the side of them that is less known. But luckily to us, we see it very often, that we have access to the den. Now these two have still been nursing for the majority of the time we've been here. But Corky's little girl and Hearts too came along, of course, to investigate the vehicle as usual. But it was very cute. I did try to scold them, but I think I missed them. So it may not have had the right kind of... I may not have had the right kind of pitch to actually scare them. It's so sweet to watch them get comfy. Now these two boys will actually be a year this month. It is March. Yes, it is March. Yes, it is. I get so confused when I'm out here about dates. But yeah, these two boys will be a year at the end of this month. Can you imagine that? The way time flies. Hey, Ruben. Thanks for showing us your face. So I remember driving through here and seeing Sutu and Ndebele and a similar age as these two at this exact den. It looks like Shimbulu is the only one that's squealing there. And Ngwazi is just kind of looking around going, what? What are you doing? We're all fine. We each had our normal nipple, and what's going on now? Gosh, I'm very glad that I remembered their names. Feels like it's been such a long time since I mentioned the names of these two boys. I can hear the grass beside me. But I can't see much. I can see a... Oh. Let's try and see if we can see this little thing. All I heard was the shuffling of grass next to us. And then this little head poked out. I hope at home you're all going, oh. It was so sweet. I could just hear this rustling coming towards us, but couldn't see anything, but could see some movement in the grass. Oh. That is so cute. Oh, just enjoy this. Hey, cutie. Can you see? So this is Ntima's cub, everyone. But its spots are actually starting to form. Kat, you were actually asking something very similar. You wanted to know when will this little cub's fur change color? It's already starting to happen. So it will start to happen. Around a month, it'll start to be like this. Between a month and 3 months, they'll start to get spots. And then, it's just, as soon as it came around the car, it just bolted. It was too cute. So between 2 and 3 months, they're going to get their spots. But before that, they're pretty black. But also remember that, I never thought it depended on nutrition and development. But we saw with Corky's cub, that it certainly did, because she got her spots very late. That was too precious. Meanwhile, back at the milk truck, not much has changed. No more squealing. Just a relaxed early dinner. What's nice about this den is that there's a kind of a path around the den, kind of like a roundabout. So I think, like I said to you, we can't see the den entrance from here. And I quite like when the cubs dash in and out of the den entrance, and they use it for safety. Sometimes when they're playing, they'll dart in, and it's very cute. So I think that when we get an opportunity to, we'll get around and see what's happening on the other side and see if those other cubs are playing about. I'm going to send you over to Tswalu for now. Apparently they've got some cool ants to show you.
Okay, well, welcome back on board with myself and BK. We are appreciating the smaller things, and we came past this tree from the presence of a beautiful little bird, and in the mix of things we noticed these tiny little white blobs found within the branch. And you can see a host of ants busy moving up and down, almost like a very busy highway. Ants are always busy, and they are just really remarkable to watch because of their activity. And when they get stuck into something, it's really, really entertaining stuff. But these little white blobs actually look like bird poop. And looking at it and thinking it might be bird poop, you know, totally justifiable. But those little white blobs on that branch that those ants are scurrying over is actually an insect. Believe it or not. It's part of a group called soft-scaled insects. And they really don't look like an insect, believe it or not. The male of this grouping actually resembles a bit more of an insect. But these will be females that are attached to a single site and actually extract plant sap. They feed on plant sap, excuse me, which obviously is not great for the tree, but they're not in such a great prolific presence that they can detrimentally affect the tree. But they have a very, very long mouth, or mouth part, called stylist. And that's what they would use to pierce the bark and then into the layer that is transporting all those valuable elements to and from the leaves. And they are really remarkable insects. So if you folks have ever heard of cochineal, a type of dye, that is also from this group, this family group, where we receive the cochineal dye. It's a very red, very strong dye that's used in the colouring of food. But these females are attached to a site for their entire life, which is quite remarkable, and they actually are feeding off the plant sap. And you can see the ants scurrying up and down there. They actually would protect these little insects because these insects are providing a very important source of sugar, honeydew. And if you had to go to the tree, they would ferociously attack you. Just a really, really remarkable and very rarely seen, let's say, that insect. Let's send you over to Providence for a bit.
We are honestly just enjoying the most spectacular scene. We've got the sun behind some clouds, just creating beautiful colors in the sky. And then, of course, another group of elephant bulls just moving towards us very, very slowly. We must have had over 50 elephants easily come past us today. We've had 3 different breeding herds come around. They've moved off into the drainage line, and everything has been so peaceful. Look at them. Trunks filled with forbs of sorts. Not really paying too much attention to us. There's one young bull that's got his eye on us and might be curious enough to come on over. Slightly bigger from the other bull that we were watching. You'll see how he twists his trunk every now and then, just smelling us. We were just sort of sitting in the grass on the rocks. Well, the grass is taller than the rocks. We've had that much rain. And it's just an awesome opportunity to really be thankful that we are able to be out here every single day. So on that note, I think I'm just going to enjoy the sounds. There's a few birds chirping about too. Can definitely hear the whines of a go-away bird. And this moment could quite easily be a picture on a postcard. It is simply stunning. And just everywhere I listen, just branches breaking in the distance. We've had giraffe on the open plains, we've had wildebeest, zebra, we even saw the jackals run past at one point. So literally everybody has been out here. And then of course you've got the Drakensberg, which really are the Blue Mountains this evening. Such a lovely backdrop. Although I prefer the foreground, to be honest. You can even hear the eerie call in the distance of a not a grey go-away bird. Sporkful. Grey-headed bushreich. I can't even remember what the birds' names are. Now, William, if you take a closer look at the elephant's skin, you're quite right, and you've said that they've got wrinkly skin, but why is that? So, all those wrinkles don't show age. Even a little elephant is wrinkly, if not even more wrinkly. But those little crevices and cracks on an elephant's skin are very important for creating more surface area. And when they do splash themselves with water and also get mud and stuff in between those cracks, they'll stay cooler for longer. So it's super important that they don't have sort of stretched out flat skin. Remember, these elephants, unlike the Asian elephants, spend a lot of time under the African sun. I mean, the sun is hot in most places, but particularly out here, they are experiencing very, very warm temperatures. And, in the real hot summer months, so when you get to October, November, December, we've had a fairly cool February, but normally it is quite hot in Feb. You'll see the elephants visiting the watering holes 2 or 3 times a day. That's how hot it is, constantly covering themselves with mud. At this time of the year, though, obviously the water is plenty and they don't have to just go to Ndlovu Dam or Leopard Dam to drink water. There's lots of little wallows, lots of drainage systems, so they can keep themselves cool. But they've also got those big ears to help them cool themselves down as well. You can just see some of the bulls on the young bulls on the left. They're creeping closer. And we were discussing earlier that these are the elephants that seem to have the most personality. They're kind of in that in-between stage, They've moved out from living in a breeding herd and they're getting pushed and shoved around by the older bulls. So they'll really try and challenge anything that they possibly can. So they're normally the cheekiest ones on the walks, or from what I've found anyways. And it's not, like I said, it's not anything ugly. Oh my goodness. Niels, right at the back, there's an elephant that's not quite dark in color. There's a big cow that's just popped out. She's almost gray, so she hasn't splashed herself with any water yet. There's a tiny little baby. You might not be able to see it because it's hidden by one of the younger bulls. But it is so small. And it's awesome to see the color comparison too between elephants that have been swimming, most likely at Leopard Dam, versus an elephant that's completely dry. You can see the little one is now interacting with some of the other elephants. It might just be a small herd that's over there. I've been keeping a close eye out for Susan, and out of all the herds that have come through here, I haven't seen her once, and I'm starting to feel a little bit despondent. I'd like her to pop out. At some point she'll show her face when we're least expecting it. That's what she normally does. But it's a sweet little elephant, hey? Very young. Oh, that elephant has definitely been in the water. So now that I picked my binoculars up, the little elephant has got a water line about 3/4 along its body. and its head. I think it obviously popped in the water and didn't quite realize how deep it was going to be. But Mom is particularly dry. Very sweet to see that water lion. You can only imagine. And I know you've all seen it a few times, so those little elephants get excited and they go head first into the water and they go, whoops. Especially now that the dams are as full as they're going to get. I was sad that we missed the breeding herd swimming this morning at Leopard Dam, but I suppose there's always tomorrow for that. And then we've got an elephant closest to us, and you can just see he's using some vegetation as a bit of a fly swatter as well. But the sun is about to set, which means that we have to head on home, but hopefully we'll have more elephants in the morning.
Hi, my name is Damon and I'm a guide here at and Beyond Pinder Private Game Reserve. Join me and our resident ecologist Craig Sholto Douglas at the fireside on the 21st of March for a discussion on 2 of our conservation projects. In early 2016, and Beyond was faced with the fact that without some serious intervention, our rhino population could be in some serious trouble. And so a decision was made to start a rhino dehorning program. Sadly, the fastest mammal on land, the cheetah, is also racing towards extinction. The and Beyond Pinder Conservation Team has been working on a project that aims to increase the genetic integrity of cheetah in protected areas around the country. Sign up to be a Wild Earth Explorer and join us for a lively debate where we'll answer as many of your questions as possible.
Our lives are dictated by alarm clocks, traffic jams, constant multitasking, and countless distractions. The wilderness is where many of us feel the most human. On a bushwalk, we become part of the natural landscape. As you step off the vehicle, everything comes alive. As with any risky experience, walking amongst these animals inspires awe and appreciation. Now, it's your turn to go on a bushwalk. Join us from Pride Lands as we slow down our thoughts, put aside our distractions, and reconnect with a place that first taught us how to be human.
I'm Nikki here at and Beyond Ngala in South Africa. I love getting questions from viewers about all the small things within the environment and how it all is integrated with one another. If you want to ask me any questions, please simply register with the Wild Earth website, head across to the Live Safari page and then post your questions there. I'm looking forward to chatting to you on my next Wild Earth drive.
Welcome back to Chitwa, everybody, where we're just taking it really easy here next to the watering hole. We're not sure if you all enjoyed your previous live segment, or should I say silent segment, so we just thought we'd throw in another one. You're welcome to send through any questions, though, that you might have, but it seems like this needs to just be enjoyed. a few voices from across the way. Guests out of camp. The staff are going about their rounds, cleaning and setting up the evening meal, perhaps. I do apologize about that. Not sure if you heard those hippos making bubbles in the bath. I reckon you'd be pretty good at making bubbles in the bath if you were a hippo in the water all day. I know I would. But anyway, an animal who likes to hang out in the water from time to time as well, Tswalu, has got some active hyenas.
Hanging out in water, but these guys enjoy hanging out in water too. You often find them playing in water and even stashing their carcasses and their kills in water. I mean, it's very fun. I remember seeing Comet, I think it was Comet and Saka, playing in Treehouse Dam not too far away. And then soon, hopefully soon, these guys will be playing in the water too. So this looks like June's cub. I often confuse June and Corky's cub because they both have quite a dark muzzle. But Corky's cub has got a little bit more bulk by her neck. And I've noticed that June's cub and this tiny little Intima's little thing, I keep getting Intini and Intima and then Intini, and then I forget that it's Intima, or rather my tongue forgets it's Intima. Intima's little cub, they hang out together quite a lot, which is very cute. There's also another adult on the other side of the mound, but buried quite thick into the bush. I had to actually pull out my binoculars to have a look, and I still couldn't tell who it was, because all I saw was an ear. That is all. Can I help you? One of Ribbon's boys just walked, made a beeline for my side of the car and just sniffed. Gosh, it's so nice to spend time here. There's always something interesting happening. These two that you're watching are chewing on what appeared to be the inner bark of something, well, of a tree, because I couldn't quite tell, but it had an orangey red color. So hopefully it'll reveal it to us so we can see exactly what it is. Yep. Just getting a bit of vegetation in, because roughage never hurt anybody, except a hypercarnivore, but they won't actually be swallowing any of that. But those teeth take time and probably cause a lot of discomfort as they erupt. So it's often said that they're born with teeth. It's only the incisors. Hey! It's only the incisors and the canines that they're born with. The whole car just went doing. But apart from that, they'll actually lose milk teeth and gain permanent teeth, but it happens at at a pace where you don't really notice it. As soon as one comes out or one's pushed out, the other tooth is there ready to come. Unlike ours, where we get awkward ages where we have no front teeth. Can you imagine if we had hyenas like that? So by a year and a bit, In fact, it coincides with their feeding. By a year and a bit, they've got their permanent teeth, and between a year and a half, they're getting weaned. So they need to have their full set of good permanent teeth by the time they're weaned, so they can move on to their meat-only diet. Maybe a little lion scat as well. I'm surrounded, everybody. They've got me. Oh, look at that. Well, I'm having a ball here. I don't want to make you guys feel bad, but it is incredible to experience this. To have them walk around you and be so interested in you, watching this little one come out. But of course you're watching, so, you're halfway there. But you need to come and visit us. Can you hear the little footsteps as they walk past me? They almost make me... Oh, listen. They almost make me feel animal, like we're part of the clan. Oh, look at that. A little anal pasting. Going a little crazy. Because that's the matriarch. It looks like she wants to suckle, but she's actually just doing their strange greeting ceremony. That's Grandma. Which is kind of cool. Ooh, there she's trying to go have a go at a nipple. Oh, this is interesting. Didn't get any. But still tried and didn't get a horrible reaction from Ribbon. And now she's offering up her own pseudo-penis or penis for, again, the very unique greeting ceremony. Now, to me, it's very difficult to tell if the cub is male or female just at this age, but it does look male to me. If I had a look at the pseudo-penis, which is a little bit more pointy. Hi, Neil. You'd like to know can the cubs all fit into the den with the adults? No, they couldn't. For the simple fact that the adults don't go into the den. The den is just for the cubs. And that makes so much sense because if the adults can't fit into the den, it means that other large carnivores can't either. So they're not going to expect a leopard or a lion to be entering that den. And we know that if they did enter that den or had access to the den, they might kill the cubs. So there's no need for the adults to get into the den. Oh, that's too cute. And so the den entrance is not large enough to fit an adult through. Although she will be able to see at the very exposed bit of the den entrance, it's quite wide. And the mother will be able to kind of plonk her bottom half in to nurse and to sometimes give birth that way, just kind of give birth into the den. But they will not be able to actually move into the den. That's just the exclusive right of the cubs. This cub is getting so brave. So brave. That was quite cute. Cub came to approach this other one, and then it closed its legs to say, hey, no. Save my decency. It's not indecent, guys. This is just nature. Anyway, we're going to sit and watch them for a little while, and you're going to be able to hear the wonderful sounds. Hopefully they'll walk by again and you'll be able to hear that too. ask how you say this baby is full of beans. It really, really is full of beans. It's so nice to see, because there was a time when it was quite shy and very weary. But now it's busy biting everything and everybody. Oh, look at that. I was too busy looking away and only managed to look at this hyena when it sat down. I'm not sure who it is, but when it gets up, I'll be able to tell you. Oh, this is something you don't see often. The cubs have walked away and the adults are left. Usually it's the other way. They're still in the bushes. But we so often say, oh, the adults are left, so we have left, so we've got to go now. Well, what do we do when the cubs have left and the adults are still here? It's so nice to see them venturing out, and I've been seeing little tracks all over the place. And some really tiny tracks, but actually it makes sense because it's along the road that leads to the hyena den. So even this tiniest one in Tima's little cub will even be walking in those areas. Tiny, tiny little tracks. In fact, tomorrow if I find them again, I'll show them to you. Just need to remember to bring a ruler so we can see how small they are. Jump on it. No, not yet. You're just trying your luck with everybody, aren't you? Cute thing. Okay, well, I hope that things at the den will only get more exciting. But for now, I'm going to send you over to Tswalu, where Kyle is driving in some really long grass.
Well, here we are, back at Tswalu Kalahari. All the birds that we've tried to stop for have just decided to make a move. I'm going to give BK a chance to show you guys how pretty it looks down south. It's amazing how quickly those grassy plains changed from the vibrant green that they were short of a month ago to this uniform light brown landscape. If you want, there's some zebra and oryx over there if you want as well. But a very beautiful and dramatic scene we've got playing out here this afternoon. In the distance, just on the bush line, if you go from here directly due east. And there we go. So to show you how long the grass is, I mean, that's the shoulder height basically of that oryx, tucked away there. Just see the back and the horns. Oh, there we go. Good afternoon. You can see how that coat, that coloration of the coat, blends in so well with the color scheme here. and then the true vastness of Tswalu in its true essence. So that point that BK has got there just to the right, that would be one of the highest points found within Tswalu. Bridget, this is the colour that it would remain now through the winter period. So this is the typical coat we'd see now through the chilly parts of the year. And then it becomes a bit of a hazard coming to August, September, because if you think about the biomass that has been created over here now through the favourable rains that we've received, some parts of Tswalu receiving over 600 mils. On average, it's about 400 that we've actually received across the whole of Tswalu, which is fantastic rainfall. But if you think about the rainfall that creates this burst of life, and the biomass that is around now, when we get into August again and September, that's when we approach our stormy period in the year. Obviously, we receive summer rainfall out here. The savanna biome is typically categorized, or savanna vegetative group is typically categorized of having a summer rainfall. And that's when we have to be very careful for fires, and especially with the amount of grass now. And if we have a big thunderstorm, and all it takes is just one strike and we could have a fire. So we have a dedicated team that is obviously trained in the correct manner, knowing what to do and how to do it. To manage a fire or wildfire is a very, very difficult task. But the experience behind Tswalu staff is obviously perfectly suited. And that's when the guides and trackers will get involved, because we are one family here. And to protect the land, obviously, we'd do it united. So this is so Bridget, answer your question, this is the colour we're going to be seeing now. So a bit of the growth would die back. So there'll be a little bit more sparseness in between the grass, making tracking a bit easier. But that beautiful light khaki colour that you're seeing there, that is what we are going to be. Ooh. It's testicular. Is what we're going to be seeing in the next couple of months. The birds are moving this afternoon and not sitting still. We have tried 7 or 8 times to get a few birds on for you folks, but as soon as we stop, they tend to take flight. Alrighty, well, let's push into the sunlight. We are going to be crossing further west. We've come quite far south through this section with no signs of anything at the moment. So myself and BK have decided that we are going to stretch back into the beautiful sunlight, and we're going to see what's happening a bit further over this section of the mountains. Hopefully we can unearth something intriguing. There's a little bird called a cisticola, tomato, calling over here, but also very tricky, tiny little bird, and is typically found within these grassy plains of Tswalu. Lovely cloud development there. Those clouds are super beautiful. So the height of those clouds would be fairly high. If you look at the range and the amount of stuff that is held within the atmosphere, it's all held in a very, very short band within the atmosphere. But let's send you over to somebody for an update.
Well, welcome back, everybody. Well, we've left Chitwa and we found a feeding fest over here on the right-hand side of a marula tree that has been heavily damaged. Quite amazing. There's a few around and on Pridelands as well that have been completely ring-barked, and yet the tree is still alive. Now, many of you might think, but why is that strange? Ring barking is like removing the entire capillary network from your body and thinking your brain is going to get blood from the heart and nutrients are going to flow through the body. The bark is the xylem and phloem of the tree. The wood itself is dead. It's there designed for structure and for support. There's nothing living inside the wood. The bark on the outside, the soft, juicy bits, is where the water and the nutrients from the soil are picked up from the ground, transferred up to the leaves, where they are transferred into sugars and sort of usable foods by the plant, and then transferred around the plant again. So when you ring bark a tree, normally it has been killed. But I've seen a couple of marulas that somehow seem to still be alive. I don't understand how. This one is quite freshly done. But you can see that very red inner bark works as a very, very good antihistamine if you happen to get stung. We walk through some stinging nettle. Go and find some of that bark that's been damaged already from a tree. You don't want to damage a marula. You find one that's already been damaged and maybe scrape some of the red blood-like liquid out. Rub that on your itch, and it's amazing how quickly it is healed. The game drive has not gone live in an hour.
Western side of Jacana Dam.
Trish, I don't know if it'll survive. It's very hard for me to say. I mean, normally, being ring-barked, it should die, but there was one at Pridelands that had been ring-barked clearly a long time ago, and yet it still had leaves. So it is one of those things of nature that are perplexing. Because I'm almost certain, although I'm going to go check, that it's been completely ring-barked on the other side. Almost certain. It is a lovely time of evening. The elephants had a party here. You can see how flat the grass is all around. You can actually see where the elephants gouged their tusks in over there. And well, I was asked earlier if I'm going to hug a tree today, and I think if any tree out there that needs some loving, it's this one, don't you think? Oh, blessed tree. I know you're not the oldest of trees around, but you still require love and attention. Completely ring-barked all the way around. Pretty solid wood, but the insects will get in there, and the wood borers and the woodpeckers then will come in. You can hear how solid it is. I'm a woodpecker. You'd hear the hollow for the secret door. Nothing at the moment. But the bark protects it against insect attack, against fire, which is a very important element out here, against dehydration and water loss, which I suppose are the same thing. I'm going to drink lots of water today for all the burpees. But a beautiful, blessed tree. You're not even wilting. How? How are you getting water? It's beyond me. There are things in nature that we have to just say, well, I suppose we don't know it all. We don't know it all. We can only assume to know it all, but we never will. We never will. Arrogance if we think we know it all. But this beautiful red bark inside, you can see that coloration, I'm sure. It's obviously quite dry now, but when that's fresh, red, it seeps like blood. You take that and wipe it on any wound you might have. Or itchiness immediately goes away. Okay, well, we're going to leave you to stand here and watch the view, and we're going to carry on. It's lovely to hug trees, everybody. If you've never done it before, and you're shy to do it while no one's watching. But you will experience a wonderful joy that the tree that has been standing there for a long time imparts on you. Okay, well, we're going to carry on up the road here. It's getting a little bit dark, so it might be time for some nocturnals. But in the meantime, we're going to send you over to Rowan and see how he's getting along.
This is story vertel. So we've actually had a spectacular drive. We left the line sleeping, then on our way here, we went past the clearings again. Gert and I just didn't have a good feeling about the clearings, so we circled it again, and lo and behold, we came across the two lionesses, the ones that have the new babies, and then two sub-adult lionesses. But we've got a bigger surprise for you guys. That right there is the Birmingham young male. Looking absolutely stunning. So it's actually not far from our eastern boundary. And as we were driving past, he lifted his head. And voila.
It looks like he's separated from the Birmingham Pride. In the other morning, we had their tracks on the property, and it was definitely his tracks were with them. So I don't think he's been separated for too long. Actually, I'm wondering if he's not going to call in a little while to try to figure out where they are. But he's looking beautiful. Also just slowly starting to wake up. It'd be nice if he could give us a yawn, big stretch, start grooming himself. Bit of a call. It's so nice how the light is hitting in from the western side. Actually looks like his eyes are closing now. There we go. I'm moaning. Did kind of feel like he was staring us down. What timing? It's perfect. Again, he's gonna be a little bit scared to call out loud. So what he's trying to do is actually a contact call. See where the rest of them are. But if he's far from them, he's just gonna get louder and louder and louder. Because he's calling softly and now he's listening if anyone's answering. And so far I don't think any answers, so this is just gonna get louder. But what a magnificent face. I was saying the other day, his older brother, now known as the Red Road Male, that's on the Manualetti, has grown up to be the most amazing, beautiful, big male lion that holds his own territory in an area where there are pairs of coalitions around him. I'm hoping that this guy could actually do the same. Maybe he'll just take over Ngala at a stage. Mindy, you're right. This is the young Birmingham male. He's the one who's got the limp on his left back leg. He's the one that was injured about a year ago now and managed to just swing back by himself without the help of human beings. Just come back completely. So he's limping slightly, but you know, he's perfectly fine. He'll still be able to hunt. He'll still be able to take over territory. There we go, eyes are open again. Now what he heard was a hyena calling in the distance, actually coming from east of us. It's at the direction he's looking in. Yeah, that whooping sound. Got a thick mane already. Been a very long time since I've seen him. So it was a nice surprise for me too, as I guess, or as I take it to be for everyone else to see him again. Definitely very happy. The direction he's looking in now, it sounds like there's a kudu barking. Oh no, sorry, baboons. So that's in the Timbavati riverbed because they'll roost in the trees. And now that could be the rest of his pride, or there could be a leopard. There's some sort of predator would alert the baboons. That's why he's staring so intently. I'm going to stay here a while. I want to see what he's like when he stands up. There we go, another small roar. See how it's getting louder. that's not even 20% of what he's capable of.
It's the month of March and Wild Earth is offering you the chance to win a brand new prize. Sign up to be a Wild Earth Explorer and you could win a 5-day eco-training ranger experience for 2. Eco-training is the pioneer and leader in safari guide and wildlife training in Africa. The lucky winners can look forward to approaching dangerous game on foot, tracking and 4x4 driving, learning about animal behavior, and even spending one night sleeping out under a blanket of stars. In addition, you will also get the exclusive opportunity to join the Wild Earth team on the broadcasting vehicle. Sign up to be an explorer now, and it could be you that wins this life-changing experience. Terms and conditions apply. With a slew of potential dangers lurking, it's essential to be aware of your surroundings whilst walking in the wilderness.
20 yards away from one of the most endangered species. This is a big bull.
What a moment, what a close encounter with an Ellie bull. He's just over here now. He's moved completely away.
Being on a bushwalk and seeing a leopard, I mean, it's ridiculous to be this close to a leopard on foot and for him not to run is absolutely insane. How crazy was that?
Through the gap there is just the back of the head of a male lion. He is absolutely unaware that we are here right now. I'll tell you, seeing lions on foot, it definitely brings out the caveman in you, this little scared human being.
My name is Taylor McCurdy and I work for Eco Training. I love hearing from all of the viewers. However, I particularly enjoy those of you who have been watching for a few years. Your questions are just so advanced and they really get me thinking. If you'd like to ask a question on Wild Earth, you need to register on our website. Once you've done that, head to the Live Safari page and submit your questions below the live feed.
So he hasn't roared again. I think he's still just listening to all the surrounding sounds. So what we've done is we've switched over to infrared or IR, just because it's getting dark so quickly. I mean, the sun's already set, the moon's up. So it's just better viewing like this. Now you can actually see him clearly. I think he'll give us another roar fairly soon. It is, as the sun sets, it also gets cooler, so of course the noise will travel further. But it's dangerous for him. It also alerts other males. It tells other males where he is. And because he's in Ras male territory, basically probably in the middle of Mbiri male territory and Ras male territory. So quite a tough spot for this young male. But I wouldn't worry about it. You know, he's definitely a survivor. He's just a phenomenal lion. Definitely told his entire story. See his ears shifting in different directions every now and then. Remember his brother, he left the property when he was about 3.5, nearly 4 years old, did not have a mane at all. But now he's got the most gorgeous name. Nicanova, Clan wouldn't really rush here because they know it's a big now lion. You know, to what purpose do they need to come to him? It's not high up on their menu just to kill a lion to eat it. I'd say if there was a carcass here, if he managed to kill something, then they would actually come into this area. But if he managed to kill something, he wouldn't contact call like that. So no, hyenas wouldn't really be attracted to lions calling. They would actually rather avoid the area. I mean, the clans we have here aren't as big as the clans you find in East Africa, so I don't think he needs to be worried about hyenas at all. But there should be a rather big clan somewhere here in the east. Just keep shifting their den, so no one really found it. I think it might be in the wilderness block that is east of Ngala. I wonder if his eyes are closed or open. It was so nice when we just got here. It was like he was staring us down, head up, facing us. So yeah, we'll sit here for a little while. I do believe he's going to call again. Sounds like Tswalu has left the hyena den, so we're going to send you over to her.
More like they have left me. Yes, but certainly we have left. The other hyena, the other adult that came in was Intima. She just obviously didn't feel like suckling her little one at that time, so they've left, and then so did we. But that's okay, because this is the time of the evening where it's nice to be out and about, so we can listen and look out for those eyes in the darkness. Many predators will be active now, and apart from the obvious, looking for a leopard, maybe we find, I'm putting this on my list now, a porcupine, but more likely a chameleon. You know it. You know, last time I only found a chameleon on my second last day or something like that. That is unacceptable. Subpar chameleon finding there. So today, or from today, we're going to start... Sorry, there's a bug in my cap. So I'm just going to very gently do this. Okay, I'm not sure what that was. Sorry about that. So, you know, you can feel something moving around on your head, and then you're hoping it's not digging into your brain. Thought I may have seen a pearl-spotted owlet there, but not. Yes, so we're going to start the count for chameleons today. At least that's the hope. I mean, I'd also love to start the count. Am I back? Am I back? Yay, I am back. Okay. Every now and then I lose my voice, and then FC lets me know if I have it back or not. So yes, as I was saying, starting leopard count would be good, and I've seen far too few bush babies. In fact, it's this whole summer period that passed, I didn't see any, so that's a bit unfortunate. Actually, no, I lie. I did see one. It was in the last stint, but it was actually at the end of drive towards camp. But we're going to be looking out for all kinds of night creatures. Oh yes, the lion is roaring. Go over and have a look.
So he's starting to roar a little bit louder and a little bit longer. It's basically reaching out a little bit further. Mostly to see where the rest of the pride is. Now, the 4 lionesses that we found, the 2 sub-adults, the 2 mothers, they're not going to answer because they pretty much fending for themselves. You know, the 4 of them, if they take down an impala, it's already a lot of mouths to feed, and they have to go back and feed all the youngsters, including the 3 12-week-olds. So they're not going to answer. It's possible that the pride to our east, the rest of the Birmingham pride, it's possible that they would answer, but I also don't think they would. It's tough being a lion out here by itself. If he was a lioness and they split up, and, you know, then if it was contact calling, maybe the rest of the pride would answer. But him being a big male lion, he takes a lot of food. And being bigger than any of the lionesses or any of the sub-adults, of course, he basically just takes he takes it. He'll be the first one to feed. But I must say, I'll be very scared of his mom still. That lioness with a white dot on her bum, that's a fierce and very big lioness. Now he's listening again. So Rule just left the Ross male and the female and the 2 youngsters we saw earlier, just when we left the cheetah, and maybe another roar coming on. No, just a yawn. He was saying that they are vocal. So I'm pretty sure where he is, he'll be able to hear them. We can't hear them. It's out of earshot for us. It's 12 kilometers away from where we are. But he'll be able to pick that up. It's quite nice. So it's his sister and the one Rossmale calling together. It'll be interesting to come out in the morning and see what's been going on. So you'll hear me shifting around every now and then. We are being absolutely annihilated by mosquitoes. It'll be interesting to see what happens in the morning, which pride tracks we can find. Have they crossed in over the Isamani? Although I must be saying, I've been wishing for the Birmingham Pride to cross back in for the last 2 weeks. And so far they have crossed in, they just don't stay in. But then again, it's the wild. What can you do? Can't keep them here. The wildebeest now barking in the direction that he's looking at. It's always lovely just to sit and listen to all the calls, especially at night when, as Shoshana said, predators are starting to get active. Jane, Ellie lover. Lions do roar when they are angry. Remember a couple of years ago, the POW 1 males, there were 3 of them here and they were territorial. And there were 2 other males that came from the north and actually roared, and they marked their territory. And so, but inside the POW 1 males territory, and the POW 1 males, basically, it was such a quick drive. They were jogging up this one road to that area and roaring the entire time. Every time there was a clearing, they would roar. And then once they got there, they would sniff the trees. And I remember the one male was actually biting guarri bushes and breaking branches. So yeah, completely, utterly very angry. And you often see it also with, if lions get into a fight with another male, they'll roar once they've fought. So no, they definitely do roar when they are angry. See, that mouth is opening up, so give us one more. That was one of the most profound things I ever saw. I think I was only guiding at Ngala for about a year when that happened. It's a long time ago. It was absolutely magical. And watching these 3 males just move through the bushes to exactly where the sound was. I mean, they picked up the scent. So these animals are able to place or to pinpoint sounds exactly. just going to keep quiet for a while, see if you guys can hear the wildebeest. Sounds like a very deep sneeze. There we go. Definitely not turning that up to 100%. Very lazy roar. That could go a lot louder. Of course, he's not territorial, so he'll be careful of making his voice too thick. But I must say, very raspy, deep call. Definitely, I think a lot louder than the Rossmels, I would say. And he's got long roars. Actually very cool with the eyes, you know, blinking like that. The IR light. So what the IR light is doing to Gert is just attracting more mosquitoes. So there's a bit of movement going on in the vehicle. We might shake a little bit every now and then. Now I hear the fiery neck nitrons as well. Some crown lapwings flying up. The crown lapwings are actually flying up from where the wildebeest are calling. Now they're still snorting. It's funny, he's not looking in that direction anymore. Oof, it sounds like Trishana has found exactly what she's been looking for. So we're going to send you over that way.
Yes, I have. So excited to find a chameleon. That for me is a great start to this stint. The gorgeous flat-necked chameleon. It's quite a little one. In fact, even the last time that I saw in the last stint, it was a little one. Didn't see any of those big buggers. So maybe we'll find one of them as we go. But this one's quite small. I reckon it'd probably fit in the palm of my hand. So let's say maybe 10 to 15 centimeters with its tail. And I really like trees like this. So this is a red bush willow, but it's quite a short one. It might be maybe like 1.2 meters high or so, and it's not terribly bushy. Can you see that the chameleon can still be movement? When a tree is terribly bushy or terribly bushy bits, you don't often find the chameleons in there, or perhaps I don't see them because it's so bushy. But this is a perfect chameleon tree for a perfect camellia. Leroy, you'd like to know if these chameleons are more active at night. Not. They're actually diurnal, and most chameleons are. But it's just easier to spot them at night because at night they're stationary, they're static on a tree. Sorry, I'm just wondering if I heard that, if I actually heard that, or it's just my mind. Thought I heard a leopard soy, but no one else seems to think so. Never mind. Either way, it was very, very far if I did hear it. Gosh, we were talking about them being diurnal or nocturnal. So they're very active during the day. When I say very active, I mean in the chameleon sense of being very active. So they do move about, but not for a long distance. They'll move around in their general area, just a couple meters, or a couple tens of meters rather, and they're territorial as well, so they'll protect their territory. Their territory, ha ha ha, I'm so punny. So there'll just be a few trees within the, 10 meters or so that they'll use. That'll be their territory, and then they'll defend that area against the same sex. And of course, letting the opposite sex in so that they can mate and reproduce. And that all happens during the day. At night, they just kind of chill and have hemispherical sleep. Unlucky, I think, to have hemispherical sleep. Harry, you'd like to know, well, just how strong is their tail? Well, Harry, this is the point where I'd get off and say, well, let me show you, and then dangle them off my finger. Their tail is very, very strong. How I would measure that strength, I have no idea. Proportional to their body weight and their size, it is strong. So it's called a prehensile tail, which means that it is almost like another appendage, something that they can use and manipulate to help them. Sometimes you'll see them hanging from their tail. So it's quite strong in that sense, but otherwise I'm not able to tell you or give you a measure that for me would be scientifically sound. Apart from the fact that it is strong, they use it to hold themselves steady, and just the fact that it's curled up like that, tight, gives you an indication of the amount of tension that's going on in that tail. Also, if you've seen a chameleon walking on the ground, you'll see their tail stretched out straight. And for me, that's also an indication of their strength, because if it's normally curled up like this in a relaxed state, it must take a lot of effort to keep it straight like that, and it must be quite muscular to be able to keep those lines. It seems like this one has decided it's too comfortable with us now. It's going to close at least one of the eyes. Tyler, you'd like to know, why do chameleons change color? Chameleons change color. Sorry, my hand's just getting a little tired. Do the switch hands. Chameleons change color based on social interactions and changes in emotion. When I say emotion, I don't mean emotion like humans experience emotion, but rather anger or aggression rather, feeling a boost in testosterone, wanting to mate, feeling relaxed. Those are all emotions too, and they change color in response to that. They don't change color as a response to camouflage. I know that it's something that we may have all learnt as youngsters, that chameleons turn their color in order to camouflage, but rather they camouflage well because they can change their color, but the color change is not because they want to be camouflaged. The color change is a result of their hormonal processes. Anyway, now I've found number one on the evening list. I need to go and find a leopard. So I'm going to send you over to Tswalu, who's got a beautiful sunset.
Well, while Trishala finds you folks that wonderful and elusive kitty cat, we're going to give you a few minutes to enjoy that. I heard a lot of rustling from the back, and I found BK drooling over the sunset. So he said we have to show you folks. Another magical day spent together. How lucky are we? Somebody's not happy. In front of us, in front of us. What's it on the ground there? There was a snake's, a cobra's head on the about 10-15 meters. Just watch the side of the road over here. You can hear the birds busy calling. Just wait there, just wait there. Sorry to, there it's fine, to have abruptly stopped like it, folks. I just saw, you could hear the birds busy alarm calling. And a Cape Cobra popped its head out there and went straight back in. And if we're lucky enough, hopefully it comes out. You can hear the bird's alarm calling for it. They can see how easy it is to pick up on a threat by utilizing different animal species, especially birds. Because not only would one bird give an alarm call like it, but multiple species would come together to basically unite and mob this threat together. Yo, man. Okay, doesn't look like it's going to come out. Popped its head out there for a few seconds and went straight back in. I think, sure. I'll keep tabs over there. Beaker's going to send you back over to this amazing sunset we have got going here in the western sections. It's amazing how that has changed and how quickly it has done that. Yeah, Rosette is something that we really enjoy out here. And to be able to share it is just a cherry on top of the cake. This is normally where you find most guides. If you haven't got a high-profile species or currently still searching for something, this is definitely where a good beverage would be enjoyed thoroughly on top of one of the many dunes out here. And just taking a few moments to really reflect, on the wonders of nature, but then also to reflect internally. A lot of time to sit there and think. It's beautiful and so important as a human. Looks like a seahorse or a dragon. Well, from this setting sun, lovely, to somebody waking up, let's send you over to Ngala.
You're absolutely right. Should be waking up. Still not moved. Still in the same spot. He's called once more softly, but still just taking in everything that's going on around him. Every single sound. Just see the eyes in the distance. He's yawned maybe 5 times. He licked both of his paws, not for a long time, then just sitting. Gert and I are still just being absolutely killed by mosquitoes. Ian, Timothy, a very good question. I don't think there is. I've never read anything about it. I don't think there's any article about a limit or limitation on how many times a lion can roar. Can you imagine? It's exhausting, forcing that sound out. But no, especially the thing I was describing earlier, that sighting with the power males. I mean, they were roaring every 2-3 minutes and just going at it. There's just so much anger and adrenaline coursing through their veins that nothing was stopping them. So I figured out our issue. We are actually right next to a pan system, bit of stationary water, so it's just breeding ground for mosquitoes. There's like a war zone here. We had a bat fly into our aerial. Every now and then you'll hear a clapping sound from Gert. We, last night, had some Aussie spray, but it seemed like Owen took it on leave with him. Just left us stranded without it. Of course, the lion feels no shame for us. Not even a bit of sympathy there. See, his eyes are actually starting to close again. Very comfortable with themselves, lions, being apex predators, really not just anything to worry about. Imagine being an impala out here, basically heart attack every single night. Of course, their hearts are a lot better at dealing with that amount of stress than we are as human beings. Tailor-made? Good question. I don't think so. I think their fur is a bit too tough for mosquitoes to actually penetrate it. They do get bitten by flies, however. Oh, here we go. Definitely louder than the first 3 roars. I've got my foot on the brake and I could actually feel the vibrations coming through the brake. So it's getting louder and louder and louder. So I don't think anyone's answering except for the Rossmo and his sister. It'd be quite nice if he goes further west and actually goes looking for them. I'm not too sure he wants to go looking for a Rossmo, but as the past year has shown, he's not really too terrified of them because he does still stick around. Imagine calling, and just no one answers you. Definitely heard something now in that direction. So he'll be able to see pretty much what you guys are seeing now, I think. Like I did yesterday, I mean, if we had to switch our IR light off, it is completely dark. There's not a single thing that we can see in front of us. That is it. And that lion would be able to see in front of him, know exactly what's going on. Also his sense of hearing, so get that anything crunching through the grass, he would know. Nika asking if it's possible that he'll take over the pride from the Rasmals. Nika, I don't think so. I think as genetic diversity is concerned, I think it'd be 2 other males, maybe the Mbiri males that take over the Birmingham Pride, or some other males from further west or north. I don't think he'll try take over the Pride. I actually think there's a good chance that he'll move off with the White Line and the other 2 brothers, the Tawny brothers. I'm hoping for that, fingers crossed for that, because that would just be a phenomenal ending to this whole story. But I can't see him overpowering both the Rasmals and taking over this pride, even though in size he is bigger. But out here, size isn't everything. It's your ability to fight and all of that. Guys, we're going to let him be. I think we'll come back into the area and see what he's up to. But like I said, we are just absolutely being annihilated by mosquitoes. So we'll let him be for the night and then continue further back west.
Lovely bull giraffe crossing right behind us, making it very difficult for PK. But I think he is going to provide us with a lovely scenic shot. You can see he's also going for one of the dune crests to go have his beverage. I think the giraffe did want to be part of the antenna there. He was just showing us that he is taller than it. Can hear the hustle and bustle of all the sociable weavers here now on our right hand side. All just sharing a bit of gossip from the day's activities. Looks like he's on a bit of a mission, to be totally honest. And then something that is looking very slim at this point in time. PK is going to get us a little bit closer there. Look at that. Just a little slither. So it's still the early stages of its phase, or where it'll be going through. So now progressing from new moon to full moon, and that will take about 29.5 days to go from full. Whoa, was it him?
There's 3 of them.
4. Let me actually go forward for us, PK. But very beautiful sight there. Let's go a bit so we can see why the giraffe was on a mission. Because he wanted his buddies. It's only Wednesday and he really wants to get together with his buddies. Wow, very unique color scheme going on there. It's not typically what we used to, but it does look very nice. David, it is a superb silhouette shot. You're going to have to make sure your camera's got the goods to be able to pull it off in this low light. This is when you'd be cranking the ISO. Whoa! There was just some lightning from this cloud down our right. Let's see if we can get another beautiful shot there for us. Oh yeah. Oh my word, look at that. Oh, lovely. PK is bubbling for us. Yo, look at that. So So how he was moving and his behavior, it was very distinctive. He was on a mission, and now we can see it's a big social gathering here. It almost looks like a dusky morning scene. Wow. Oh. A sable just shot across the screen there. And you can see the giraffe on the left-hand side of picture there. There's something that has got their attention. And I wonder why the sable ran across. They are super alert. Obviously got a very good advantage when it comes to height. The eyesight is also very good. And if we're looking for predators in this long grass, we'll use these guys. Oh, watch and wave, welcome to your silhouette safari. Very cool. I like that. We'll have a whole host of animals come through, and then you'll start testing everybody's practical knowledge. There's definitely something there in the distance, because there's 3 or 4 individuals just absolutely locked in that direction. That individual's not too worried. Oh, there we go. Very, very small, dainty ossicones. You can see that it's a female on the left-hand side of frame there. Very, very thin. But there might be something lurking through the long grass. Wow. And then you can see those ossicones are very thick, so that would be the individual that crossed us a couple of minutes ago to join, more than likely, this group of females. So he could be picking up some chemical clues that one of these ladies might fancy a drink. Well, while they meander into the distance, let's send you to Tswalu.
Finding something lurking in the dark is exactly what we want this evening. So I've done a quick loop of quarantine. We know that quarantine is a great place for leopards in the evening, but no luck. At least not yet. So I'm going to take a bit of a... Well, actually, I'm going to go round there and then I'll come back and take Galago Plan. I just wanted to go to Western Quarantine's junction. It's because there's so often I found leopards there. And then once we get there and then there's nothing happening, then we can go on to Galago Shortcut and see what else we can find. But I've really got my heart set on a last-minute leopard. I love to see bush babies, especially when you have a really cool sighting with them and they're right in front of your face. I've had that a couple times. I really like them. Oh, civet. Oh, I love a civet.
Oh, sorry about that, guys. We had just a little bit of breakup, but we're back in action. But you didn't hear my answer. I said that, Denise asked what my favorite nocturnal animal is, and of course I gave her the answer that I can never choose favorites. And then as I go about, I go, ooh, 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 ooh. First I said genet. I love to see genets. Bush babies. Really love to see bush babies. And then I thought, oh, what about civets? Oh, I love to see a civet. I had the most awesome civet experience, shall we say, when it walked past my room here at camp and did not notice me at all. I just stepped out and didn't put the light on, and I saw this thing move. Well, the light inside the room was on, but the curtains were closed, so it was a very faint light, and I could make it out, and this chunky little civet just comes along and walks right past me, maybe 1.5 meters from my feet, and doesn't even flinch. It was so cool. Yes, so those are the ones I like to see. Now, I would say chameleon, but as we discussed, a chameleon is not nocturnal. They're just easier to find at night. Porcupine too. Those are very cool. So much bigger than I expect. With all the rains we've been having, we haven't been able to use Gallagher shortcut very much. So it's quite nice to have a look around here. So I'm going to swing by the pan, often find leopards drinking there. Maybe we'll get lucky, but I'm going to send you over to Steve. Maybe he can tell you what he's looking forward to find tonight.
Thanks, Trish. Well, we haven't found a leopard either, but that's okay. We weren't really looking for one. We did have some tracks of what looked like a young male that crossed in from Tortured that we did spend a bit of time trying to follow, but it's very difficult tracking at the moment. The roads are very hard and there's still a lot of wet patches, but we did find an African civet, which was very cool. Had an African civet, and then we didn't have an African civet. So one of those nocturnals that you don't often get to see on camera. We see their tracks everywhere. They cover an enormous amount of ground. But other than that, a couple of nightjars and 2 scrub hares in the road. It's pretty limited from the point of view. Last time I was here, the scrub hares were all over the place. I think our leopards have been busy. Okay, so we're coming up to quarantine. We're hoping maybe we'll catch a glimpse of the leopard that Trishal has been trying to find. She says Shadulu. Bubulia, well, normally I'd say no. It does take a bit of practice. I've got years of practice doing it, but I'll be honest, after my 203 burpees, I'm finding it quite difficult. Today, my arm is just sinking. So yes, I'm finding it difficult today, but normally it's not a problem. Normally the spotlight is actually quite easy. It's quite nice on the arm. It's a good exercise. But it does take some practice, multitasking, to be able to drive, talk, spotlight, think, all of them together. A bit tricky, but guiding is a task, a multitasking affair. But it's all right. I will survive. I might just swap this one out for a lighter one tomorrow, because it's gotten heavier and heavier as the evening has played out. It's not a very heavy spotlight, everybody, but I think my shoulders are tired. My own fault, but for a good cause. We'll be continuing the burpee challenge tomorrow. Hashtag burpees for conservation. Please do go check it out. Support Bruce in his endeavor. Okay, well, we're going to see if we can find you a last minute something. Meantime, we send it to Tswalu. That's got a beautiful sky.
Yeah, well, Steve Volvo doing burpees for conservation. I think I should get into this. Maybe lose a little bit of my belly. But I like my belly. Oh, there we go. That's what we've been waiting for. Yay! We've been just absorbing this massive cloud on the eastern side here. And there's a little bit of lightning activity, well, a light show going on inside. And really remarkable to see these massive developing thunderstorm clouds. And also when they are producing these volatile light shows, it is just really spectacular. There we go. How cool. So that over there would just be from friction between ice particles and rain, which charges things up there and then actually creates static electricity. And obviously when that builds up, it gets released. There's a lot of stuff within that cloud. You think about the cloud itself, it's not just moisture. So a lot of other elements, there's dust in there, and there's ice, and everything is just being mashed and smashed in between and into each other. And obviously if you rub your hand on the bed, you are generating static electricity, and that's the build-up within these massive clouds. So the very top part, you'd have a positive charge, and towards the bottom, that's where it's negatively charged. Come on, we want more. Wow.
Hi, my name is Damon and I'm a guide here at and Beyond Pinder Private Game Reserve. Join me and our resident ecologist Craig Sholto Douglas at the fireside on the 21st of March for a discussion on 2 of our conservation projects. In early 2016, and Beyond was faced with the fact that without some serious intervention, our rhino population could be in some serious trouble. And so a decision was made to start a rhino dehorning program. Sadly, the fastest mammal on land, the cheetah, is also racing towards extinction. The and Beyond Pinder conservation team has been working on a project that aims to increase the genetic integrity of cheetah in protected areas around the country. Sign up to be a Wild Earth Explorer and join us for a lively debate where we'll answer as many of your questions as possible.
Wild Earth Explorer Jenny recently joined Tristan as he broadcast live from Djuma.
Awesome to kind of have a guest on board. I'm looking forward to this. This is Jenny.
Hi everyone.
And Jenny is the first of our Ticket to Dream holders.
If you want to go on safari with a Wild Earth guide, whilst honing your bush knowledge and of course featuring in one of our shows, then head over to our website.
Literally being with Tristan on the vehicle today has been incredible. It has truly been a dream come true.
Sign up to be a Wild Earth Explorer and you could be making your first ever on-screen appearance.
I would highly recommend being a part of the Explorer program and being able to be a part of an interactive live drive.
I love being a cam op for Wild Earth. The animals coming right up close to you, especially like lions. Sometimes you get nervous, but you have to go with the flow. My favorite animal to film is the elephant because of how big it is. But when it's really up close to you, it's one animal that you would say, I really respect you.
Welcome back to Juma, everybody, where we sit in the darkness watching a couple of impala going about their business. If anybody can find a leopard for us this evening, it would be these fellows. Hear a barred owlet in the background. Lots of crickets. Blessings to be back in the bush. I know I was only away for a week from Pradens to here, but it's set to be a wonderful time. I'm here for a month. Looking forward to getting out and about and tracking all of our wonderful animals. I did find some leopard tracks this afternoon, so we'll see if we can work on a few tracks tomorrow. The bush is still extremely dense, water everywhere. Insects, birds and frogs are having a field day, so you have to work extra hard to find animals, but that's okay. We have tricks up our sleeve for other things to talk about, and I do thank you all for joining us this afternoon on the Sunset Safari, coming to you live from all of our wonderful locations. We'll be live again with you same time tomorrow in the morning for the Sunrise Safari. Have a beautiful, beautiful day. We appreciate all of your questions, all of your comments from all of the other locations and myself and Final Control. Have a blessed evening.
This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to your Sunrise Safari. This is not Lauren speaking. This is, in fact, my new friend, a praying man.